Commissioner Smith, would you give us the prayer pledge and the fact of the day, please, sir?
If we will assume that we prayer. Most gracious and almighty God, our Father, we come once again to thank you for the blessings that bestowed upon us, for this opportunity to continue to be servants of this city. We ask, God, that you continue to guide us, that all that we should say and do be pleasing and acceptable in your sight. In thy Son Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fact of the day. On September 6, 1930, the first public store opened in Winter Haven, Florida by George Jenkins. Jenkins went on to open several stores throughout Florida. Eventually, the chain of grocery stores grew, and as of today, there are 831 stores in Florida and 1,239 stores throughout the Southeast. Jenkins introduced a modern grocery store with air conditioning, Torrenzo floors, and automatic doors. He also introduced the concept of employee ownership in the grocery business. Fact of the day.
All right. Approval of the minutes. Any changes we need to make? If not, look for motion to approve the minutes. That's the minutes of August 3rd and the 17th.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bankson. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, presentations. We have with us Dr. Scott Fritz. I thank you for rearranging your schedule. As he comes up, I want to kind of preface this with kind of why he's here today. Been actively involved in the chamber along with the Apopka Chamber as well as the Florida Chamber. And one of the things they talk about is, you know, how we as a state are successful, what makes success. And one of the things they talk about is third grade education, how we get kids, if they're not reading at grade level at third, that the chances of success are really greatly reduced. And especially under black males. Black males have a very hard time making up that ground if they're not at the level that we, at that third grade level. So this is kind of a step we'd like to take a look at as to how we can help those kids get to the point where they're successful. If they're successful at high school, then they'll be, the chances of success then are greatly increased. And my good friend Karen Wills, I know, is retired, but always a great advocate for, you know, the Early Learning Coalition. And so Scott, with that, I'll let you take it away.
Well, you said it very well, Mayor Nelson. Thank you. I'm absolutely pleased to be here today. Maybe I touched, there we are. I wanted to be able to share with you, the commission and our audience, about the importance of the first 2,000 days of education for children. That's our 0 to 5. And the mayor said it great, that if they get a good start, if they have a solid foundation in that 0 to 5, then when they enter kindergarten, they're going to be more successful in the K-12 experience. I can tell you, I spent 31 years in public education, K-12. And grade 3 is that first benchmark that truly is a hurdle for many of our children. And so let me tell you the positives. If they have a great 0 to 5 educational experience, then when they get to kindergarten, they are ready to be emergent leaders. When they get to third grade, that first milestone of the assessment that's part of our state statute, they will pass that. If they pass that, 80% of those, likely those students will walk across the stage as graduates. Now, conversely, if they don't have a wonderful 0 to 5 experience, they start kindergarten behind. And when they start behind, that means they're already got against the 8 ball when it comes to that third grade benchmark. If they don't pass that, we're telling 8-year-olds that their future's in jeopardy. So when we think about 0 to 5 and the importance, the child's brain grows more and they learn more 0 to 5 than any other time in their lives. And so what Mayor Nelson reached out and worked with us and partnered with us. I think I just lost it. That's all right, I got it memorized, I have to. What Mayor Nelson said to us was, it's really important for us in the city of Apopka to provide a solid foundation for those 0 to 5 students. So we did a little analysis, and in the city limits, we have 29 early learning care education centers. That serves about 790 students. 14 of the centers are centers that do not have what we call a Gold Seal accreditation. So our strive and part of the work that we do at the Early Learning Coalition is to help child care centers reach that Gold Seal accreditation. Just like in the K-12 system, having that accreditation means that they've met a series of standards. And so for our own children, we would certainly want to make sure that we have those standards in place when we send them to a center so that they're getting the best of their education. 8 of the ones here in Apopka have that. So what we would like to do is we'd like to take the 14 centers that we have available to us that work with the ELC, the Early Learning Coalition, and we would like to partner with the city to get them that Gold Seal accreditation so that we increase the opportunities for the students and their families. And what that would entail is that the Early Learning Coalition would go in and review these centers. We would provide intensive coaching from our staffs to their teachers and their directors so that they could apply and get this Gold Seal accreditation. We would bring those 14 centers together in a community of practice, almost like a professional learning community, so that the people that run these centers and the teachers could learn together so that we could ultimately improve the experience here in the city of Apopka. And I want to share with you that there are some real business benefits as well. Not only are you going to have more kids reaching kindergarten that have the foundation that they're going to need for their whole K-12 experience, your families are going to have confidence in the early learning in this community. The residents in our businesses are going to have more confidence that we have quality childcare. And there are some real business benefits as well. There's reduced property taxes for the business owners. There's also improved reimbursement rates that they get from the state of Florida that filter through us when they have this accreditation. So what we have here today is a budget proposal for you when you're really looking at this, because it's going to take about 3 years as we go forward to really get these 14 centers accredited. And you can see, I don't have to read it to you, but you got it right in front of you, what it's going to take. But a couple things I want to point out to you is this is truly a voluntary practice. Centers don't have to do this. But this is one we would highly encourage them to do. Just like you want your K-12 schools to be accredited, you want your early learning child care centers to be accredited too. Because remember what we said, that's where students' minds grow the fastest. That's where they have the most learning going on. So you look at this budget, if all 14 participated over 3 years, it would be about $129,000. And what that really entails is the accreditation fee for the 14 sites. It allows them to have a mentor to walk them through that. It allows our staff to go in and work with them. And it certainly takes them through our own business institute that we have with the ELC to teach them to be better business managers. And that's all we have for you, but I do want to introduce my partner up here. I have Dr. Mary Harper. And Mary has been with the coalition a long time, and I'm going to tell you, she's been a great resource for me as I've come in here. I'm on day 65, so I am new. But I will tell you, Mary has been in the coalition for a long time, and she's actually our lead for accreditation. So she'll be here as well if you have questions.
Okay. Any questions?
So far, nothing right now. No.
Then I have prepared him well.
Okay. Well, maybe the one question I do have is, obviously, you're presenting this because you're looking for the city of Apopka to partner with you on this? Because I
Yes,
see the
yes.
word budget.
And let me say this, City of Apopka will be the first city in Orange County that does this. And what I'm hoping this does is this gets something going for our entire county. So yes, we are definitely looking for a partnership.
And so now the second question is, you say there's 14 of the centers that you want to help. Have you already reached out to them? I mean, where is their commitment?
No, we've not reached out to them yet, but that's something very easily we can do because these are the centers that we support. So our people are there on a regular basis. But that would be the next step. And again, as I said, this is voluntary. Those 14 centers don't have to do this, but it would be highly encouraged. And usually the reason centers don't do it is because of money. They don't have the money up front to help make this happen. That's the challenge. Nobody says that owns a center that they don't want to be accredited. That only helps their business and it helps them with the reimbursement. It is the money that usually is the big hurdle.
So I do understand with the early, because I see that all the time, all around, free VPK. So that means that they are already federally funded.
These centers are the 14 centers. Not all of their students are, but the ones that qualify, yes, they are. They do receive free services. The families do. But that doesn't cover the accreditation piece. And many of these centers also have private pay, so families that don't qualify pay for that service.
So, if I may.
Sure.
The business owners, while they provide the service, VPK, voluntary pre-kindergarten, to be clear, it only provides 3 hours per day for 180 days. So there's a significant period of time with which families are paying for that service on their own. Then the children with which Dr. Fritz is referring, those are our school readiness children. They their families make about $40,000 for a family of 4, and we provide subsidized childcare so they can keep working. And so that's the service that they receive, still nominal in its compensation. What that service does is just pays for the hours of care. What it doesn't do is provide the business acumen, the opportunity to get accredited, the opportunity to have a one-on-one coach specifically around accrediting standards, which is the gold seal.
Okay. Thanks, Mary. Thank you.
Yeah, so you have 14 that you've designated. If there are more that come into the program, how would we address that? Is this going to be capped at this point?
Well, that's just, we wanted to come to you with a prepared budget, but that's what we have currently. If other businesses open up and that's something that the city wants us to look at, we certainly can. But that's currently what we have. We have 29 childcare centers in the city of Apopka at this point.
Yeah, for me, of course, my grandmother, 104 this year, was a lifelong educator. We had to make her retire at 90, and she still will sneak teaching opportunities. It's just in her blood. And, that put a real love of learning in me early on, and you're absolutely right. And that was her specialty. She taught in Southern California, ended up teaching over the region there. And not only the academic side, but the well-being of the child. Their sense of well-being changes their whole mindset. It absolutely can affect them the rest of their lives. So this is a real key opportunity. So I really like the idea, and just curious more who oversees it and how it's structured.
Commissioner Smith?
Well, I don't like using the term former educator because once an educator, always an educator. But I know how critical it is for children to get off to a fresh start and have a solid foundation. And so I'm in support of this endeavor to help to increase the learning capacity of our students in order that they may be successful, so we can get rid of that nomenclature about if you're not reading ready by 3rd grade, you're headed for prison. And so I think this is a great step in that direction.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Nesta?
You said we'll be the first ones in. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
This will be the first, we'll be the first city to partner in this capacity in Central Florida?
Well, in Orange County.
In Orange County,
Yes.
okay. So you guys, has this been done in other municipalities?
Not to my knowledge, but it could have been. I don't know that.
We've run prior accreditation facilitation projects with great success, and they were voluntary by people coming in, and we did use some dollars that we received from the state to help facilitate those, but we have not had a municipality step up to the charge of looking at the most critical period in human development, birth to age 5.
Sure, okay. And then, so because it's private business owners, is there any type of, I guess, metrics or things like that? Should they not meet a certain threshold, they owe the money back or something along those lines?
Well, we haven't discussed that. That's certainly something we could certainly discuss. But, going forward, the idea would be that they would work to that accreditation. There are a review process along the way. They will receive feedback on a regular basis. It's a pretty intense ordeal. At that point in the game, if they're not making success, then that's when the coalition would step in, and then we would start to micromanage it a little bit to make sure that they understood that they were entering into a partnership to do this. This is why it's voluntary.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that would be, I think it's a great idea. I absolutely love it. My only concern is just making sure that there's metrics being met that we can track.
And we do some additional assessments. They're called classroom assessments, and so they give us an overall idea of the program as it stands today. We can share those metrics as we go through the process, which also then leads into accreditation standards. So we can even do a tiered approach. We have some who are high functioning. They won't take long to get through this accreditation process. We have some that are really struggling, perhaps with their business acumen. So they'll take a little bit longer to get up to the threshold where we can push them over to the accreditation.
Sure. Cool, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. I know he had to move some appointments around. I appreciate, yeah, I mean, for us, you know, it's an investment on the front side, but on the back side, the child care centers will get additional funding to increase their programming and to do even a better job. So I think it's you know, as we look forward, you know, the problem with education, you can't look at a one-year cycle and figure you're gonna make a difference. You can't. So if we can't make a difference over 3 to 5 year period of time, it's not worth doing. And this is just a way for us to make that first initial impact on those kids that are most vulnerable and most, they're sponges. They want to learn. And so if we can get them at the right tools to learn so that we don't have that cycle of poverty, the cycle of, you know, crime, we're all going to be better off. So we appreciate y'all. Thank you for coming and being a part.
And are we able to get a copy of the presentation that was presented?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's a little bit different than the ones in our packet, so I just wanted the more accurate one. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, next up. Who, we got Edward? Oh, Henry, okay, there he is. Come on, Josh, don't trip him.
So Mayor, Commissioners, as you know, we've been going through the water study. You've seen this presentation more than once. We've come to the point where it's time that we initiate these rate increases. Ralph Tellis has been our consultant. They have done all of the work. As you know, you approved for them to be our consultant. And so Henry Thomas with Ralph Tellis is here today to give you the final presentation on the water, wastewater, reclaimed water, utility rates, and the impact fee rates that they have presented the study for. So with that, I will turn it over to Henry Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Good afternoon. As Mr. Bass indicated, we've been preparing this study and have some results to share with you today, hopefully with the opportunity to adopt those rates for the upcoming fiscal year. So the last time you looked at rates, and it was a multi-year plan, was 2016. So that set of rates were adopted, they were implemented, but I believe there was at least 1 year where you did not do the increase during the latter part of the 5-year period. Okay, sorry. I've got my own hard copy, so I'm kind of old school, so I'll keep going. Can you all see it?
Well, we see it on our work.
You can? Okay,
Yes.
good. All right, so this project was originally initiated in January 2020. There were several things that led to it being set aside for a period of time. One was COVID-19 and the desire to maintain rates and not see another increase given that impact. And then also, you had some issues with your water billing that we were confident would produce extra revenues once we had the answers. So rather than set rates without that knowledge, we waited for the completion of that water billing audit. And as I will report to you, it did increase revenues by about $400,000. So that helped the overall picture. So we really this time, as we have in the past, looked at the overall revenue sufficiency of water, wastewater, and reclaimed rates. But in addition, this time, we're also going to propose some rate design changes. In the past, the rate increases were applied as an equal percentage to all customer types and sizes. But our investigations pointed out that we probably need to address commercial rates because, as I will show you, your commercial rates were actually being subsidized by residential. And I'll get into that in a little more detail. But we looked at different rate designs for commercial, and it mitigates the impact for the residential class. And this is on the wastewater side, by the way. And then we looked at your miscellaneous fees and charges. This is something we do periodically. These are ancillary services that the monthly rates don't cover, such as new account connects and things like that. And then we also looked at your impact fees. And of course, there's a couple things to note is that one, capital costs are up significantly. And we need to reflect that so that new development and new growth helps pay their share of those capital costs to ensure that existing ratepayers don't have to weigh that burden of that new growth impact. The other thing is that given where you are in the capacity cycle, you're pretty good shape on wastewater because you put a wastewater plant online a little while back and you have capacity there, and those fees will reflect the cost of that last increment of capacity. However, on the water side, you're looking probably within the next 7 years of having to build a new water plant to satisfy the growth requirements. So we wanted to make sure that we got a little ahead of it because you're quickly running out of water capacity. And so the impact fees that we're going to present today include the impact of that new water plant and what it's going to cost you to provide water going forward. So the agenda I have prepared for you today, we're going to look at the rate and fee analysis, then the impact fees, and then I'll just finalize by giving you my findings and recommendations. So as you know, and as we've discussed, whenever we have these enterprise fund studies, the idea is to balance the revenues with the expenditures. And just like you have to balance your budget on an expenditure basis, we try to have the rates balance. However, it is reasonable that one of the things we measure and review is your cash balances, your reserve fund balances. So starting into this study, you had some reserve funds that we used to phase in the rate increases. So the idea is we didn't raise them up front immediately to solve the equation of revenues and expenditures being equal. And we used some of those reserves that were available above our target levels that we're trying to maintain to help phase the rates in. After all, the ratepayers paid into those funds that created those reserves, so they're getting the benefit of them using certain reserves because clearly, you know, we're in a government utility business and we don't need cash that we don't need, if you will. It's always nice to have reserves, and we have reasonable target levels that we make sure that we acquire are achieved. But then over the 5-year plan, the idea is by the end of 5 years or sooner that the rates are fully supporting. And the other goal is that water rates pay for water customers, reclaimed rates pay for reclaimed, and wastewater pays for wastewater, because not all are the same. Every water customer isn't a wastewater customer. So to be fair, we look at them on a system-by-system basis. When we look at the revenues of the system, it includes rate revenues, interest income on fund balance, miscellaneous charges. All those can be pledged towards the payment of debt and to balance that budget and that equation. Impact fees can also be used, but they have to be used per case law and Florida statutes. They're used specifically for capital costs that are related to expansion of the system to serve new growth. So we can either use it for a project that is expansion related that provides more capacity, or we can use it to pay debt, which is largely what we're doing in this case. We are doing some project costs from impact fees, but for example, the debt service on that sewer plant, that has capacity, we take a portion of the impact fees that we collect every year and help pay down those sewer debt service so that, again, the expansion portion of that project is being paid by new growth. So that's the revenue side. There are some miscellaneous fees that go in there as well, including late payment penalties and service fees. But on the cost side, keep in mind that the approach we take is a cash-based approach. So it differs slightly than when you look at your financial statements in your annual financial report. In there, one of the operating expenses is depreciation. Depreciation is non-cash in nature. It reflects the recognizing of the use of assets, but it's not a cash cost. It's a percentage applied to your historical investment. We look at cash because your lender obligations are all cash flow based. So we use those lender obligations, the flow of funds, the debt service coverage covenants in your SRF and bond loans, and we use that as our model for setting rates, which makes everything cash. So we look at your cash expenses, we look at your debt and your capital needs. Primarily, the debt gets applied to large projects, one-time projects, and certainly expansion-related projects. But then you also have capital needs that are involved in renewing and replacing existing assets, extending their life, and making sure that those assets perform the way they were intended. And those kinds of things you have to do every year ongoing. Example would be replacing meters, for example, or replacing lines that are aged. And because they're ongoing and we need to reinvest in the system a little bit each year, we fund those types of expenditures from rates because we don't want to borrow money for something that is going to reoccur annually and incur all that interest expense, if you will, because we don't want to have a series of pancaking loans with higher and higher interest expense. So the debt part and the capital part are related, but we have a little different funding sources. And then, of course, another major cost category that we'll talk about is the transfers to the city. There's actually two major forms of transfer. One is an indirect cost transfer, if you will. It's overheads incurred by human resources, finance, your cost of managing the system, if you will, at a policy level, the internal management costs, and we allocate those costs. The city actually does a study and allocates a certain amount of general fund costs to each enterprise. So we recognize that. And then in addition, we have a transfer that is historically, we're calling it a transfer to the general fund. It's been historically referred to as a payment in lieu of taxes. It's a franchise fee, payment in lieu of franchise fees. It's as if a private utility operated the system, the general fund would be entitled to some return for doing that. And we've built that in because your policy historically has been to fund those monies to bring some of utilities into the general fund. And we've continued to do that in the future. So in addition to the cash needs, we also make sure that in our strategy for how we fund capital, we also have some reserve targets that we want to maintain so that we don't dip below them and put the system in financial peril. And then, we've got ongoing cash flow requirements like what I'll refer to later and define a little better. But your lenders all ask you to have a coverage over and above the amount of debt you owe them. One of the reasons they ask for that coverage is to make sure you have money to reinvest in the system, because without it, you wouldn't be a going concern. But it's also to give them security that you can pay them back, obviously. But your requirements are that the debt gets paid first, and then any money left over after that can be used for other purposes, including reinvestment in the system. So you've got some very specific requirements by lenders that drive the rate-making process, and that's largely why I'm here, is you hire me to make sure that we satisfy those lender requirements. So again, real quick, we use existing cash reserves as appropriate to phase in rate adjustments. we maintained a targeted reserve level of 150 days of revenue. Now, your bond covenants don't really address a cash reserve target, but keep in mind, we need reserves for not only operating contingencies, but in water sales and how that affects wastewater revenue. You have dry years, wet years, so you need to have, the revenue stream's not always smooth, but also, disasters, storms, recovery, the utilities share of those costs. So we maintain cash reserves. We have coverage requirements, and your senior lien debt, which is your revenue bonds and such, require you to meet 100% of your debt service plus any transfer requirements. If you're deficient in a fund, you need to make that up. Those transfer requirements are part of that 100% calculation. And then you need to make 110% based on rates only. And then the 120% that I'm showing as a coverage requirement is with rates and system development charges or impact fees. It's a little higher standard because the marketplace recognizes that impact fees are more speculative and not a normal ongoing billed revenue. Then you've got subordinate liens with SRF, and that's really your lender of choice these days, because especially like your wastewater plant, I don't need to remind you, but you were able to borrow money for less than 1% interest to build that wastewater plant. So they're real important, and they want a subordinate coverage requirement. After you meet the senior, they want 100% of their debt service, 115% covered. We work with financial advisors and such, and in order to have a healthy system, we then calculate an internal coverage target of 150% that includes all debt, and that target is to make sure we have a minimum level of reinvestment in the system. And as you'll see, based on the R&R budgets we have built in, that you exceed all of these coverage targets. We don't set the rates to achieve coverage. We set the rates to fund your needs, and then we test for compliance for coverage. So it isn't that these coverages are forcing the rate increases. They're a result of doing the right things and how that's funded that results in the coverage targets being met. So then we also updated the impact fees, again, with the idea that growth needs to pay its own way. Right now, you've got approximately 24,000 water accounts, 19,000 wastewater accounts, and 9,000 reclaimed accounts. That was as of fiscal 21. Again, that's a significant number of reclaimed accounts. You're to be commended for using that water in that way, because it offsets the need for potable water to be used for irrigation. The customer account growth is approximately 2% a year over the next 5 years. As I've told you in the past, I'm a little conservative. You may outperform that with everything that's going on. Of course, the economy can change on a whim, and so I want to make sure it's something that we feel is sustainable. The growth is actually a little more front-loaded in the 5 years, but over 5 years, it's about 2% a year. So based on a 2% growth rate, your current combined revenues for all enterprise funds here, water, wastewater, and reclaimed, are $20.6 million in 2022, increasing to $22.1 million by 26. That's all, no rate increases, just customer growth should get us an extra $1.5 million in revenue over the next 5 years. There are other revenues, which are your late fees, meter set fees, meter tap fees, all those miscellaneous charges, interest income, produce about another $1.5 million a year in revenue that can be pledged to repay debt and make coverage and fund projects. And then your impact fee revenues, of which a good portion is we use for debt service, based on that 2% growth, will be an average of about $5.6 million a year over the next 5 years. So that's why you can see that how important they are. The $5.6 million is a pretty big number relative to $20.6 million in overall rate revenue. So it's very significant. And as you know, we only get one shot at the impact fees. That's as the growth occurs. Once it's here, if we haven't charged adequate fees, we lose that revenue forever. So then revenue requirements, Your operating expenses, these are cash operating expenses, are of about 19.3 million, increasing to 22.1 million by FY '26. That's about 3.5% a year. Now, I will tell you, if there's areas in the studies I'm doing recently that make me a little uneasy, it's the inflation rate and what that might look like if things don't return to normal. The cost increases are a little higher early on, but again, that's more like normal practice in the past. It's not increased significantly to try to capture current inflation, but we do have the reserves to help us cover that if needed. And we're trying not to overly burden your public, which is already facing the impacts of inflation through their daily life. There are no new FTEs, so we're not adding staff. This rate increase won't fund any new staff. Existing debt service is about $5.5 million a year. Those are debts and loans you've already made. The general fund transfer ranges from 3.2 million in the first year, or in the 22 year, that's what it was when we started. By 2026, it would be at 3.9 million. It does track the growth in revenues. The capital improvements plan over the 5-year period is 122.5 million. Of that, a significant amount, 34% of the plan is contingent upon receiving grants that you're aggressively pursuing. 48.3 million in new debt-funded projects, or about 37% of the plan. If we can keep our debt ratio to less than 50%, that's a good thing. So this doesn't overly leverage you. And then about 38.1 million are impact fee projects where we pay for them directly from impact fees, and rate-funded projects, that's those annual reoccurring reinvestment. They make up about 29% of the capital plan. So new debt is programmed in a series of loans that we don't borrow every year, but every few years. The first new debt is part of that $48 million in debt funded. Is the annual debt service is $890,000. That would begin in 2026 based on the major capital improvements. 1 year after our plan, you're going to see another $2.4 million a year from the new water plant. Hopefully, our impact fees and our growth will help mitigate that impact. And also, if it doesn't, I'm sure that plant will slide in time, because you're going to time that plant so that you don't build it too quickly, but you build it in time to serve the growth. So the other thing I'll point out to you is in recent years, especially with the year we skipped on the rate increase, and then the last year where we didn't do a rate increase, is there was a limited amount of funds obviously available for capital expenditures. So compared to recent historical levels, we've ramped up the spending on meter replacements, lift station rehabilitation, that's really important to the wastewater system, and water and sewer line replacements. So we have aggressively attempted to invest in the system and make sure it operates properly, and we don't face any consent orders or let it deteriorate. Okay, so recent efforts to reduce costs and increase revenues. Water Company of America billing audit found us $400,000 more in revenues that we factored into our revenue plan. It was based on non-functioning meters that they discovered, accounts that were just not being billed, and incorrect billing meter multipliers. As you may know, within the meter and billing process, there's a reading that's taken from the meter that gets multiplied to get the consumption within the billing system, and they discovered that some of the meter multipliers were not correct. All of that corrected produces about another $400,000 a year annually. Also, they outsourced lab costs, saving about $83,000. And then your plant operator levels were actually decreased from 24-hour staffing to 16-hour staffing, which saves about $140,000 a year. So this chart just shows the components of the revenue requirements. The portion of the bar chart in red is your operating expense. The orange is debt service, and as you can see, By 2026, that number starts to grow. The general fund transfers are in yellow, and proportionally, they stay about the same. And then capital funded from rates is the blue part. And as you can see, we had quite a bit of that in 2022, and those expenditures for water exceeded the revenues, so that was where we used some reserves. And of course, water system is in pretty good financial condition compared to wastewater. In terms of wastewater, the debt service includes that $60 million wastewater plant. And so that's the orange. Again, the red is the operating same convention. Yellow is the general fund transfer, and the blue is the capital funded from rates. So in this case, we are deficient in each and every year if we stay at current rates. And then finally, reclaimed is tracking similar to water, and it's only, we're going to have minor increases in water and reclaimed water to make sure we keep up with those costs. So there was one other thing we discussed back in March about why the rate increases are what they are. So there hasn't been a rate increase since fiscal year 2020. We did note that in your wastewater plant debt, there's about 15 million improvements that are not, those assets are not currently in use. They're stranded. It relates to the fertilizer plant and some costs for a plant that's since been shut down. And the loan was 62 million. So of that 15 million of those improvements, we aren't really getting a benefit for that. That results in wastewater and wastewater debt being about $810,000 annually, or about 10% of current wastewater revenues. Now, we recognize these as problems in hindsight, but again, if we had not built those projects, the rates could be lower. Future increases in annual debt service due to additional borrowing, that's a major part of this, particularly on the water side. Inflationary increases in operating expenses, and again, trying to increase our renewal and replacement funding. So the bottom line of all this is the water system will continue to be on a path that's reasonable, maybe a little higher than historical inflation, in the near term, a little lower than inflation at about 3.5% a year, and that's for water and wastewater, or reclaimed water. And then the wastewater system, because of its current situation, needs 13.5% rate increases each and every year. This is what we shared with you back in March at the workshop. This was the plan at the time. So doing those combined rate increases, you can see that on a combined enterprise fund basis, which is how the lenders look at you, the rates start out deficient, remain deficient, and then right at the very end, there's a little bit of surplus to rebuild up some of our cash reserves that we used earlier on. Not all of them, but some of them. So here's the picture of the cash reserves. The operating fund is in blue. The minimum fund balance for renewal and replacement, because we spend money every year, but there is in your bond covenants a minimum reserve requirement. That's the small part at the top in yellow. And then our targets include 150-day of revenue, that's the dashed yellow line, and 180-degree is our preferred target that we don't really achieve through the period, but that's okay as long as we stay above the 150. But that's our target balances on cash and what we expect to achieve. Then both charts demonstrate that your senior and debt service coverage, the requirements are the dashed lines, the bars are the achieved coverages, and you're more than adequate in each and every year. Okay, so rate design. This is where we varied a little bit from recommending on the wastewater side. On the water side, we would recommend the 3.5% gets applied to all charges and all customer classes across the board. On the wastewater side, we're going to share with you some of our results that have led us to recommend that instead of 13.5% for all customers, we're going to recommend 8.5% for residential customers. And as a whole, the commercial class will see about a 21% rate increase. Currently, Your rates for consumption are tiered. In other words, as the consumption increases, the cost goes up on water. Typically in the industry for wastewater, because a vast majority, 80% of the costs in wastewater are fixed. They don't vary by the level of flow. We typically see utilities that base charges increases as the customer size goes up. Right now, you charge the same base charge for the hospital that you charge a law office. And we're going to recommend changing that, and we'll show you. It's a common practice. It's recommended by the American Water Works Association. It's also used by the Florida Public Service Commission as a common practice to have these meter size increase as the customer size goes up. And it really reflects the availability to serve and the demands of the accounts, regardless of how much flow there is. So what we did is we looked at, again, scaling the charges by meter size. The scaling factors are linked to the hydraulic capacity of the meter. So the bigger the meter, the bigger the flow can be to the customer and back from the wastewater side of the house. So we've scaled these charges up by that capacity. And again, the target for commercial is higher than the 13.5. We did only increase the commercial usage charge by 5% to mitigate somewhat the impact of all of this. But again, because we're doing the higher commercial, it will keep the residential increase down to 8.5% a year. So let me just show you. It'll also give you more revenue stability, but here's the existing rate. So like I said, a law office, small law office is paying $18.83 a month plus $3.12 for all their water usage that they use. When we look at the larger customers, like I said, the hospital, various large industrial users, they all still only pay $18.83 base charge. If you look at our proposed column, you can see the base charges for 10-inch meter are pretty significant, which is saying a lot more of the fixed costs ought to be recovered through that charge. We've recommended that the usage charge only go up 5% to $3.28, but these would be the monthly base charges for the different meter sizes in your system. Now, here's why we came to that conclusion. This is a survey average, and we tried to focus on folks that matter to you, that are close in proximity, but also have typical approaches to this. The chart includes Winter Garden, Eustis, Ocoee, Orange County, Tavares, Altamont Springs, and Mount Dora. So if we take a restaurant, we're not going to put a label on them other than we went in your system and we looked at restaurants, and a typical restaurant would have a 1.5-inch meter and use 93,000 gallons of water per month. And the wastewater bill built on that is here way at the bottom at just over $300 a month. And you can see that even with the increase that we've recommended, it would still be the second lowest. Okay, so it moves up, but again, we're not trying to solve this problem overnight. So as you can see, if we go to the grocery store, a 2-inch meter with 42,000 gallons of use, the survey average by the way, on that restaurant was almost $500, and you're charging just a little over $300. When we go to the grocery store, the survey average is $280, and right now you're charging right at $150. So again, even with the increase, you don't even get near the 21% increase. You're still very competitive with your neighbors on how they charge commercial rates. Wastewater rate comparison for a superstore, 2-inch meter, 150,000 gallons of use approximately. Again, survey average is about $760. You're charging less than $500. If we go to the proposed rate, you move up above one other community. I'm sorry, I need to go backwards here. Medium school, 2-inch meter, 178,000 gallons unit. Same story. Average charge out there is $887. You're charging less than $600, very lowest in the chart. And if I go through the rest of these, Large school, 4-inch meter, 805,000 gallons use, you're in the same position. Industrial, 8-inch meter with 948,000 gallons use, same result. And then the final one is, we can guess who this is, hospital with a 10-inch meter using 2.3 million gallons of use. And again, you're charging them right at $6,000 per month. That same charge is almost $12,000 based on the survey average for a customer that size using that much water. So that's why we came to the conclusion that at this point in time, with those significant sewer increases, it was only fair to have commercial customers try to pick up some proportionate share of their burden so that the rates don't affect everybody at a 13.5% level. And as you can see, even with the increases, you'll still be among the lowest in the region for commercial rates. This just shows you the water and wastewater bill. You are among the lowest there, but as you can see over time, you're gonna move up. Keep in mind that this shows your 5-year plan. Everybody else's rates are those rates that are in place currently. And of course, Raftalis works for a number of these communities, and Sanford has a multi-year rate increase. They're gonna be going up this year 8%. City of Claremont is currently doing a rate study. So all these communities, and I've said this to you in the past, is that while you may move up on the sewer rates a little bit in the long run, you're gonna continue to be competitive and at the lower ends of the range. And that was true 5 years ago when we did the study. And even after 5 years of rate increases, you still find yourself with some of the lowest rates, because in this market, inflation affects everybody. So this is just the bills themselves for 7,000 gallons, just to show you what the rates would be. The existing rate is $53.28. The 23 rate would be $56.84. Then the next one was $62.51. So the bars to the left of that show you just what that impact in dollars is of that $810,000 of extra debt had we not had those stranded assets. And you can see the rates would indeed be lower in each and every year. And I put this together at the request of staff to demonstrate to you the impact of that. One other thing that we're gonna recommend you do that is a common practice is that for certain types of customer processes, the volume charges on wastewater bills are based on meter readings. Certain of your commercial and institutional customers require water that never gets returned to the wastewater system. Pretty much aside from chillers and cooling towers, restaurants, schools, all their water use ultimately gets returned to the wastewater system. Those types of customers don't do a lot of irrigating. But chillers and cooling towers use the water for industrial processes, and it doesn't turn around and need to be treated. So the industry practice is to use a deduct meter. You place a meter on the water flow that goes to the chillers and cooling towers, and the customers get a credit for that water use. You don't have a lot of this out there, but the customers have asked us to consider that, and it is a standard industry practice, so we would recommend you consider that as well. Miscellaneous fees. So we worked with staff to identify the direct labor costs, equipment, supplies, vehicle expenses used to perform requested services. So we have account startup, that's more of an in-house administrative charge, customer deposits, meter tap fees, where you have to provide taps for service, backflow prevention fees, meter rereads, where the customer requests more than one or the meter wasn't, or what proved to be accurate and they want it reread again, delinquent reconnection, meter tampering, and turn on, turn off fees. So we looked at all those and we looked at a cost basis. And then we made some management decisions on certain ones, but in effect, account startup fee, existing fee $35, proposed fee $35. The deposits are up slightly because we liked our deposits to cover the city in case the customer cancels service and doesn't pay their final bills. Those deposits are generally returned once the customer, in the residential case, shows that they're paying their bills timely over a period of time. On commercial, it's a little trickier because they can be doing good and the economy goes bad and they still may leave you holding a bill that they didn't pay. So typically, we keep those deposits. Backflow prevention's up slightly from 220 to 224. The meter set fee, which includes the meter, is going from 350 to 410. A lot of that is the increase in meter costs. Tap fees to tap short and long lines are up slightly. The late charge, we did not adjust upward. That's, obviously customers struggling to pay their bills, and the decision was made not to leave that situation alone. Meter tampering. So we've addressed all those fees. They're in your packet. And then finally, the impact fees. So new growth, impact fees are attempting to assign, to the extent practical, growth-related costs to new development. Obviously, the community's facing the burden of serving a great deal of new development as we move forward. And by making sure that those fees are reasonable and adequate, it avoids the existing users paying this. It's not perfect because timing does affect things, but again, because we're using those impact fees to pay a lot of the debt service that will result from growth and past loans, it should work out fairly well. That growth will pay its own way. So we look at what goes into impact fees. It's not the meters, it's not the lines down the neighborhoods that developers typically put in and donate. It's the backbone infrastructure system, which includes treatment and supply and the large transmission and collection lines. So it's the bigger system that serves everybody. We look at not only your current assets that have capacity to serve growth, but also your adopted capital improvement plan. And we used engineering estimates about what that new water plant's gonna cost and how much capacity it's gonna have. The existing level of services were not revised. You can see here, without reclaimed, it's 300 gallons a day. With reclaimed, water is 400 gallons a day. Wastewater, 300, and reclaimed, they use quite a bit of water once they have that low reclaimed rate, but about 600 gallons a day. And then all these capital costs were net of any grants that we expect to get. We can't collect a grant to pay for it and then collect it from the new users at the same time. So here's where we're at. The water one is the one that's really going up, but we've got quite an investment in new reclaim facilities as well. So those fees would go from $957 to almost $2,500 with reclaimed, without from $1,260 to $3,305. Most of your new growth will have reclaimed, however, so this is a more limited case. Wastewater impact, because the plant is already online, would go from $4,775 to $4,952. That's only $149. And the reclaim fee itself would go up from $2,958 to $3,903 or $945. So the big increases are due to the need for a new RO water plant and for our investment in reclaimed conveyance facilities as the system grows. So here's a comparison of your impact fees. They're not quite as divergent. You're a little above the middle of the pack. With these new proposed fees, you would kind of go to the higher end, but keep in mind that one of the things that influences impact fees is the kind of investments and the timing of them. With that new water plant coming online, you can see the blue portion is increasing significantly to help pay for that new water plant. So that's why you're moving up in the stack. Many of these other utilities, their plants have been online for some time now, so they're not seeing that incremental bump as of yet. But again, this is kind of the same group that we've been comparing you to over time. The average impact fee is just a little over $5,000. Whereas again, your combined impact fee for water and wastewater is going to be, combined almost $8,100. So, to wrap up, and y'all have been quiet and haven't stopped me and asked lots of questions. I hope you wrote them down, because I want to try to answer them all. And I've been going pretty fast. But the existing rates are not going to be sufficient. If we don't do anything, we're not going to be able to fund our projects going forward. Operating expenses and capital costs related to R&R, system upgrades, additional debt that's, we all don't like to go into debt, but in the utility business, debt can be our friend when we're talking about paying for assets that'll last 30 or 40 years. The result of all this is a recommended 3.5% increase on user fees, wastewater overall 13.5%, but for residential 8.5%, and commercial a little close to 22% overall. And that's based upon our finding that the commercial class is not paying its share compared to the residential class for wastewater service. So we would recommend you adopt the proposed plan. You have been reviewing rates every 5 years. I would just like to say that I think in the mode we're in, and I may not be here for the next time around, but I think in the near future, you might want to look more often just to make sure we stay on track, because inflation, capital, we got a lot of capital projects in here that haven't been bid yet. So, that could be eye-opening. And so I would also like you to adopt the proposed base charges for commercial wastewater. Those customers that are operating in other jurisdictions see those all the time. So you can look them right in the eye and say you're only doing what's fair to your customers as a whole. The miscellaneous fees, we recommend the impact fees. The credit for deduct meters is a good policy and practice. Again, we're trying to be as fair to everyone, and those that don't provide wastewater back to the system should get a credit. We achieve cash flow in a positive way by the end of the period. We use some reserves throughout the period to help get there. Our coverage requirements are fulfilled, and our operating reserves remain at targeted levels. So that's everything I have to offer today. I'm ready to try to answer any questions.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Boy, there was a lot to kind of absorb. Basically, at the end, for the customer, for the residential customer, what type of increase do you think they will be seeing?
Okay.
And when would the first billing come to them if we adopt this? I mean, and I should say when we adopt this, because that's the recommendation.
Commissioner, so the first billing, as you know, we bill utility services in arrears. So the rates would go into effect October 1 of this year, but they would not see the increase or the bill until November.
Until November?
November.
So when they get their billing, will they have some kind of notification that, the rates have gone up and how much? How does that work?
Yeah, so the last 30 days, we put each customer, we're required by law to give them, to show them the increases.
Okay.
So every customer has received that notice over the last 30 days in their utility bill. So that's the notice that we're required to give. And again, they won't go into effect until October 1. So we have until October 1 before they go into effect to do adopt them. But they won't actually see them or have to pay them until November.
So your question about the impact, so your typical user out there uses about 7,000 gallons a month.
Right.
Their water and wastewater bill would go from $50 to $53.28, and keep in mind that's among the lowest in Central Florida, and it would go to $56.84. That's a $3.56 a month increase
Okay.
in the first year.
Okay. That's, I think, it's not going to be like, they're going to go from 53 to like 63. So it's just a $3 increase on a monthly basis, averaging 7,000 gallons a month.
And they may go to 63 down the road, but right
over a
away,
course
we're
of time.
phasing it in. Yes, ma'am. And like I said, I think you should revisit this rate path. particularly on the grant funding you get or may not get, and on the growth. If growth exceeds our expectations, that could benefit. But yeah, the first increase is less than $4 a month.
Okay.
Commissioner Bankson?
Yeah, I think page 28 really touched on it. For the year that we skipped, it shows that we would have been further ahead had we not skipped that. So nobody likes to raise prices, nobody likes to feel that, but if we don't, we're in worse shape as we go along. I thought you did a great job really breaking it down in detail. And I don't have as much of an issue that we're leading the pack on the impact side, because we had this debate, several years ago, that it's more based on the user. So the cost, if we don't increase it on the impact side, it's going to increase on the tax side eventually, and then everybody's paying for that. And people who have already paid for their infrastructure are now paying for somebody else's infrastructure. So this is really the only reasonable way to do that, and it not really weigh upon those who have already paid their
And that's
their
the theory.
base.
And I would add anecdotally, I don't have studies, but if you look around and look at the communities with the highest impact fees, they happen to be the highest growing communities. So I would tell you that this impact fee isn't going to change the potential for growth. Apopka's always been fast growing. And as you know, when we did the rec impact fees and stuff, we left a lot of money on the table by having real low impact fees for many growth years. I don't want you to do that, particularly when we have to pay this new water plant.
And that's my point. Had we done that then, it wouldn't be as difficult now. So incrementally getting to that place, trying to keep people from feeling the pain, at the same time making the decisions we have to make. I think we're doing well to do this. My last question was, you said review more often. How often?
Well, I think I would put my trust in Mr. Bass to kind of keep his thumbs on things, but I would think you'd want to come back and revisit this perhaps within 3 years rather than waiting 5. And we may want to also take another look at those commercial rates, because I didn't solve the entire subsidy issue. You can't fix overnight what's been in place for a while. So we took a first pass at it, but we want to make sure everybody's paying their fair share ultimately.
And
So-
I would agree with that, because, again, we're taking a step the right direction. It'll show us whether we're still behind the curve or we're doing better and we can ease off the gas pedal. So
Yeah.
I think that will work well for everybody in the long
I'm
run.
just concerned if you wait 5 years, a lot of these assumptions are going to get obsolete.
Yeah. And there's too much volatility in the, just our whole economy right now to just let things go, so.
Commissioner Smith?
Well, I personally think that we're going in the right direction by separating the residential from the commercial, that the commercials are not riding on the backs of our residents. And as you indicated, because other cities are already above where we are, that this should not have any impact on the development of businesses coming into our city. So it's time for us to catch up and do what's right and fair by our residents. And so I think this is a good study that you have presented and a good proposal in moving in the direction which we need to go over the next 5 years.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nestor?
I had a couple different questions, kind of varying the focus here. Can we go back to, and you don't necessarily need to go back to the actual slide, but stranded assets, can you dive into that?
Okay, so when I say stranded, there was a, let me go back, because maybe Ed can help me, but one of the things was a fertilizer plant. That was a $4 million investment that was tied to the wastewater plant expansion in the past. And in addition, there was the existing plant was expanded, and today you're not using that plant. You basically are running all the wastewater through the new plant. If we hadn't done those two aspects of the project, we could have borrowed $15 million less. And I'm not trying to second guess, but the fact is you have it's going to take a while for that to wind down, okay? Because it's $810,000 a year in extra debt service that had we, had hindsight, we might not have done those things.
Is there anything moving forward now that we can do with?
Well, there's two pieces. One is the west plant won't meet standards, so it's a wasted asset. Fertilizer plant, based on gas prices, you have to dry the material to get it to pelletize it, to make it a fertilizer. Right now, it's about at least a 2X, maybe a 3X what it costs us to haul it off. So could the fertilizer plant at some future date, but that was 2 years ago when gas prices were a lot lower than they are today, natural gas. So could it at some point make sense? Maybe, but I don't see that.
That's just painful to see.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
just sitting there.
Well, I've got a client serves the U.S. Virgin Islands, and they were built using all their energy was from diesel fuel, if you can imagine. And they built a propane handling facility to bring in and import propane into the islands to lower their fuel costs. The only problem was by the time that $160 million project got completed, the diesel fuel prices at that time fell down significantly, and all of a sudden that great planning didn't look so good anymore. Now that diesel fuel prices are on the rise, it looks like a lot better. So things can change, is my point.
Okay.
But it's hard to predict some of these things.
Of course. You had referenced backflow preventers as well. Is that something, and this may not be a you question, it could be a vast, is this budgeting for us to be maintaining, replacing, moving forward for the entire city, or what exactly is that specifically referencing?
Oh, there it
I
is.
think that's Edward.
The fee that you see in here is a fee we charge new development. They pay the backflow prevention fee when they come in for all new service. They pay it the first time. The actual cost to change out backflows are built in the operating budget. So they will be in your operating expenditure lines for changing out backflows. Now, as you know, the current backflow program that we have is that the customer pays the backflow fee. We will install it and bill them back and let them pay it over on their utility bill. But the operating budget includes the funding for actual replacement of those backflow of existing customers. This fee you see here is for all new development to pay for the first backflow on the home.
Understood, okay. Okay. For the impact fees themselves, are those going to affect October 1 as well?
Okay, so if you adopt them, I will say this. State of Florida passed a statute in 2007 and is updated, and the last one was, I believe, in late 2019, that regulates municipal impact fees. However, it does exempt water and wastewater fees, specifically in the act. Now, home rule is an important reason they did that. Of course, home rule, they chose to regulate the other ones, and you have to phase in the increases. You can't do it except once every 4 years. Lots of new rules. Obviously, developers have good lobbyists to get these rules in, but I will tell you this, the practices that we follow that are good practices are you have to keep the monies in a separate account. You have to use water impact fees for water projects or water debt. Use wastewater for wastewater, reclaim for reclaim, so that the people that paid it in see the benefit back. Now, one of the things that we recommend that you've been doing through the last one, I would recommend you continue to do, is once you adopt it, there's a 90-day grace period before you bill it. So you could argue that technically I'm exempt, and that's part of the statute, but there's some good things in the statute that we think are wise policies. And so if a builder has a home already sold, they haven't closed yet, and they get hit with another several $1,000s, we don't think that's fair. They should be able to recognize this and clear their inventory, so to speak. And because everybody and all your other fees, you have this 90-day waiting period, we recommend you do that. So it would be from the date of adoption, you wouldn't start billing them and you collect them at the time of permitting. So permits that get issued 90 days thereafter would be subject to these higher fees.
Okay, so, and that was my concern, thank you for answering that question, was that we have people already going through the process, and now we're kind of moving the goalpost on them to almost effectively doubling their impact fees. So
Right.
that was definitely a concern, and I just know our staff is great, but we need more on the planning side. So my concern is that 90-day period may not be long enough as they go through the approval process, just because it takes time. We have a lot of processes. So I would ask maybe that we extend that in some capacity or grandfather if they've past X point in the process. I don't know. I mean, I just don't want to be a disincentive to be developing in Apopka.
So it is, again, payable at permit, okay? So I didn't look at your permit process
Sure.
timing, but, 90 days is pretty much the standard that's being implemented throughout the state of Florida.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because one of the things that the legislature passed, I think it was last year, about that we as a city have to tell everybody what our infrastructure is, what the condition is, so that as we move forward, we don't have, 50-year-old pipes and no way to replace them. So it's starting to put the onus back, which I think, in all fairness, is where we should be. We shouldn't be waiting, and looking for federal, state help, but we can't wait till the thing has failed and then replace it and always work off of failed systems, not, some kind of a proactive,
And I completely agree. It's making sure that the people that are already kind of in the queue, that we're not, because they're already budgeting, they have higher interest rates, inflation, we're all seeing the same thing, so.
Yep.
So again, a couple points there is that again, we're following standard practice, which is promulgated in that impact fee statute. We did check with the city attorney, and he concurs that the impact fees for water and wastewater are exempt, but we're keeping that 90-day provision. And one way to look at it is when they lobbied the legislature to set the law for other impact fees, that's what they wanted, that's what they're getting, what they asked for.
I understand. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Henry, thank you for all your help. I mean, it's been 6 months, or it's been
Been pretty rigorous.
Yeah.
But
So-
we're there,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yes.
And
Great.
good luck to the city.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your help. Okay, next up, agenda, anything, Edward, we need to?
No changes, Mayor.
No changes, okay. All right, next up, public comment. Victoria.
Hello.
Name and address for the record. I know you haven't been here before, so yes, sir, you give us your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me here. For anybody that doesn't know, my name is Mike Duran. I am the father of Austin Duran. Austin grew his passion to firefighting when he joined the explosives program in the 10th grade. He didn't want to be any firefighter. He wanted to be an Apopka firefighter, specifically Station 1. Once Austin achieved his dream, he gave it his all. If you ask anyone, Austin was kind and gentle. He had such an optimistic view on the world. He always had a smile on his face, positive ideas to share. Little did he know, all the corrections that needed to be made within the department would be the reason his life was taken. As you all are aware, Austin's life was taken by hooking up a piece of equipment neither he nor his partner were trained on, no safety protocols, and no supervision. I think we can all agree that the fractures of the department that is employed to protect property and lives exists within our own foundation. If we are not capable of protecting our own, how can the citizens feel confident that we are equipped to protect them? How many lives need to be lost for us to realize that we need to properly train and staff our departments? When do we ensure that young firefighters are being sent to calls have more experienced personnel trained with them? How can we be confident all personnel who is fighting this fight will return home at the end of their shift? Due to the lack of culture in the fire department, firefighters are coming to me for support, and in this short time that I've been involved, I can already see the Apopka Fire Department needs. I am asking, I am begging. We need 3 people on each truck. We need to fill the EMS assistant position. We need a sole health and safety chief. I don't know how we function this far without one. We need a training chief. To my knowledge, this position has been vacant for 3 years. We need a quality assurance specialist. Mr. Mayor, on February 12th, you said that the city was in the process of hiring that position. Who holds this position? Where are they? If you still don't think that change and action needs to be grand and swift, maybe this letter from one of your own will convey in part what is needed. Mr. Mayor, you've heard this. When walking into shift for the first time, I was nervous, like any first day on a new job. I got there at 7:40. Apparently, I was late. No one told me I should be there at 7:30 at the latest. No one told me I should bring my own lunch, maybe dinner. The only thing I brought to the station my first day to the department was a department-issue t-shirt, pants, and boots. I also brought some donuts and coffee for everyone on the shift. But I didn't even bring bedding or a change of clothes. I showed up basically empty-handed. Granted, I started my career during the COVID pandemic, and me and the other rookies were not given an orientation like most other new hires. When walking in, I was overwhelmed by all the people. People wearing red shirts, or people wearing navy shirts, or white shirts. I didn't know the difference until I started shaking hands and introducing myself, that the people in the red shirts were my lieutenants. The people in the white shirts were the chiefs. Since I was an explorer throughout high school, I only knew one person on my shift named Josh Worrell. Josh remembered me. He helped me get to know people on my shift and how everything works. Josh was a great person to help me to get to know my job and what to do. In the morning, he helped me clean, sweep, take out the trash, and make coffee. He got me a locker for my gear upstairs for my clothes. But for some reason, the next shift, the locker we picked for me was not mine anymore. My name was off of it, and someone else's name was there. I took my gear home every day since. I didn't have a place to store it, and I had a backpack of clothes that I would take to every shift. For me and the other 4 that got hired, we were given a Phase 1 book and told that we needed to read it and know everything in it. There were certain things that needed to be checked off in order for your Phase 1 book to be completed. For a new hire who is already nervous, this was a lot. After meeting everyone and receiving my Phase 1 book, I was only found inside of an ambulance, learning, trying to remember where everything was. I was opening every compartment, taking pictures and studying it, trying to remember where everything goes. It wasn't until a few weeks later I met Phil Faro. Phil saw me every shift in the ambulance trying to remember where everything was. He was the only person at the time to ask me if I needed help. He told me his way of remembering things and how the back of the ambulance should break down, from airway to advanced airway to trauma. Phil also helped me get signed off on ambulance by running mock code and testing me on what to do and how to be more efficient and confident. If it wasn't for Phil and getting me signed off and done, I don't think I would be as confident as an EMT as I am now. Phil was a great mentor, even though he was not my mentor. I'm not saying that Phil was the only one that helped me out. Everyone on the shift helped, but it was certain things. Certain people just showed me the engine or how the cascade system worked. Some people would brush me off and tell me to go ask someone else. No one but Phil and a few others helped me step by step, multiple times a week for months. Phil and a few others would always ask me if I needed help or if I had any questions they could help with. And even if they didn't know the answer, they would find it and get back to me. I think this department needs some sort of mentor program, a person or two on each shift that is willing to help the new guy with anything and everything. Someone who the rookie can go to with questions and not get criticized for not knowing something. For an example, I feel comfortable coming to Phil and asking him to go over the inside of the ambulance with me, even though he's gone over it multiple times. The mentor program could help rookies like myself know how to work the monitor and what's expected of me on each call. They can even go over stuff I haven't seen before, like an LMA. Before working at the fire station, I had no clue what an LMA was, or that I could even put one in as an EMT. The mentor program would make rookies feel like they have someone, the mentorship program would feel like someone that they can trust on their very first shift on the job. The workers would have nothing to fear if they had questions. Honestly speaking, I was scared to ask some people questions about how certain things work or where certain things was, because I was afraid of the response I was going to get from the senior firefighters. Should I be scared to ask something if I don't know? Probably not. But as a rookie, nervous as ever, I was. I think Apopka would benefit from a program like this for many reasons. One of the most important reasons is that they have someone that they can talk to one-on-one. If they needed to know where something is, or if they had a bad call, or just need someone they can talk to. This program would be a benefit for that. This program would be extremely helpful for new rookies and new people we hire as a department. Written by Austin Duran, May 15th, 2021. 10 months in Austin's career, he realized faults. He realized through personal experience that a mentorship was needed. I don't work or live in Apopka. Austin did. I didn't even know who the mayor was prior to July 15th. Yet now I do. I asked the citizens of Apopka, and I asked the city leadership the promises to hold the city safe. When? When will we make Apopka Fire safe for all who work there? When do we rebuild a department that not only us, but our firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics can be proud? No one can go back and reverse this tragedy. We have to move forward and prevent these occurrences. So ask yourself, how many more lives must be lost before real change? If you ask me, one is too many. If he could, Austin Duran, 2650, he would agree. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your son's letter, his last letter that he gave you about what was needed in the Apopka Fire Department. And
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia Street, Apopka, Florida. Public safety is why I came here today. Because I watched a young woman almost get run over on Lake Avenue this morning walking to Dream Lake Elementary School because there's no sidewalks. Public safety doesn't seem to be a concern of the city anymore. 35 years in the fire service. I started at Apopka under a great chief, Leroy Gillum. 35 years I worked for another department. I've watched this department in the last 4 years take great hits. The loss of Austin Duran was one of them. 3 men on an engine is still not the national standard of 4 people on an engine, and we can't get 3 people on an engine. But what I'm here to talk to you today about and tell you about is a little story. I've lived in Apopka all my life. My grandparents built houses on Central Avenue, Orange Avenue, Lake Avenue. I went to Dream Lake Elementary School. When I went to Dream Lake Elementary School, you know how I got to school? I rode my bicycle in the street or I walked in the street. That was 50 years ago. My parents came before the then city council, which is not you guys, to ask about sidewalks and got told, yeah, well, you know, one of those things. So I grew up, I bought a house 30 years ago at the corner of Lake and Magnolia, and my kids walked to school. And I started 30 years ago coming before the city council then about sidewalks. There are so many streets in the greater downtown area that have absolutely no sidewalks. Children and families are forced to walk in the street. A few years ago, I successfully got the city commission to install 4-way stops at most of the intersections just to slow people down. It didn't work real well, but it's worked some. So here I am again today, in the end of what was a 40-year fight when my parents first came to now. There are still no sidewalks on streets in downtown Apopka. Yet they built a new school out off of Jason Dwelly Parkway, and oh, poof, new sidewalks funded by the city all up and down Kelly Park Road. New sidewalks everywhere out there, out of the blue. I didn't even see it in the budget line item, but they appeared. Are the children that go to the school out there on Jason Dwelly more important than the students that go to Dream Lake Elementary, Apopka Middle School, Apopka High School, or Apopka Elementary School? I don't think so. I think the kids that live downtown's lives are just as valuable as everybody's kids, yet no sidewalks. They've been in the budget. I went back through my records and looked 3 times. The city has put in the budget to build sidewalks. All 3 times, shot down by my least favorite commissioner of all times, Bill Aerosmith, because he had 2 friends that lived on Orange Street that didn't want sidewalks going through their yard. I got news, those 2 old curmudgeons that didn't like watching kids walk in their grass and made them walk in the road, they're dead and gone. And Apopka's a new town. Every morning I watch children, black children, brown children, white children, endangering their lives, having to walk in the street to get to school. 50 years. Not just this commission, but many before it. You've had more than enough time to address it. The children of this town should mean something to you. We want to get them educations before they get to the kindergarten. How about we let them walk to school without getting run over so they can get the education that you want them to get? 50 years, this city is set on its ass, excuse my language, and there's been no sidewalks. I know, Brian, I see you blinking the light at me. I'll see you in 2 weeks. I got about 4 minutes. Eventually I'll have enough of your ass chewed.
Pastor James Hicks.
Good evening. Pastor Alice Hicks, Greater Faith World Center, 700 Vic Road, Apopka, Florida. Mayor Nelson and commissioners, thank you for taking this time. That's a lot to come behind, but we don't have a story quite like that. But we have an answer to some of the problems that we've already met. We received a violation notice in July, LDC Article 5, Section 586B8, for having wind signs such as banners, rivers, pendants, spinners, or whatever objects that move with the wind. First of all, we didn't know it was against the rules. Next, the problem with this notice is that it does not address our specific needs. Our church sits back, and we don't have a banner or signs, and our location can easily be construed as a residential or missed at all. Fact is, we've had packages ordered that they've come, they couldn't find us because we didn't have a sign, so we put a sign, and then now the city tells us we can't have the sign. The sign banners are not on the street or in the medium, but within our gated area. They only say we're open, welcome, visit. Our banners give our address for delivery purposes, as I said, for church identification, because there are two churches. A lot of times, someone goes to the other church and says, oh, I thought this was your church. Okay, so we put signs out. Signs on the fences say love, peace, hope, or professional matters, and they're fastened securely. There are no graphic drawings on it. Our standing signs only denote our location and names. This is necessary, again, because it can be easily mistaken as a private residence. We invite you to ride by there and see it. We have an unusual condition. What we are asking that you give us an exception for this. We respectfully request an exception be granted to the notice of our house of worship, such as ours and others with unique descriptions. We have removed them until the matter is addressed and clarified. We certainly want to be in compliance with the city codes, but we need our signs so that others may know that we're there praying for a lot of the situations that are occurring and we have heard about this afternoon. This is an example of our most recent sign, and we took our little waving banners down until we hear from the commissioners. Thank you.
Pastor Hicks, why don't you get with, I'll get with Jim Hitt and Steve Brick, and we'll sit down and see if we can't figure out a solution to your problem. How's
Thank
that?
you very much.
You betcha. Is that it? Okay.
We got two more. Roger. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, City Council. Rogers back at 7 West Main Street. Just some observations. Once again, hopefully we can get the sidewalk issues addressed, like was mentioned earlier, for the kids that are walking forth to school, particularly along Lake Myrtle and things as such. One of the other things that I noticed that out at Camp Weewa, my son is now in their swim program that they have with the city of Apopka, Apopka High School. But I noticed that there is no hardened surface when you enter that site. And I know apparently they're gonna start to host their swimming competitions there. I know the first one we attended was probably about 50 to 100 cars. So I'm thinking that's something maybe, hopefully in this budget year, you can take a look at on-site signage and things of that nature. So just from a safety concern, visibility to the site, surfaces that you can drive on, I guess it's really more of a dirt road at this point in time, and on-site signage. So if you can give some consideration during a budget on how we can maybe increase the capital improvement for that area, be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Are you saying internally or externally?
Internally.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Well, thank you so much, Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am Felipe Sosa Lazabale and the Executive Director of the Hope Community Center, which is literally just down the street at 1016 North Park Avenue. And we also have another location at 800 South Hawthorne. All here, please come and see us. About 17.9% of the population of Apopka were born outside the United States. Those are folks who are coming to our country to fight and to dream for a better future. And we are so excited to continue to serve our immigrant population and all minority groups here in the city of Apopka. As a matter of fact, we serve 6,500 people every single year. And several of our programs including access to education, citizenship services, etc. But the reason why I'm here is because I wanted to officially invite all of you to celebrate our 50th anniversary on December 3rd. As you may know, literally 50 years ago, 4 Catholic nuns arrived here to Apopka to work with farm workers. And since then, the work of the Hope Community Center has started and continues to be alive and continues to grow. We want to thank particularly Commissioner Diane Velasquez for her incredible and amazing support for immigrant communities, and also for Commissioner Nesta for he reached out personally to me and we met, and I want to thank you too, and all of the city commissions and mayor for attending our event just a few weeks ago. We hope that you can come. It's December 3rd, and you will be at the Winter Park new event center. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. All right. Let's see, 8 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody need to pull any of those items? If not, look for a motion to approve.
I just had a quick question.
Sure.
Consent item number 1, I talked to Edward Bass about this. What were the total fees that they had accumulated versus what we're settling?
I don't know the full amount of what was accumulating, aside from it being $250 per day that was starting on September 2nd, 2021. So attempt to do the math from there. However, at this point, because the property owner reached out to us and gave us the stipulated amount, it's always important to remember that the primary directive of code enforcement is compliance, and it's not a revenue generating. It's not intended to primarily be a revenue generating operation. So we have reached, this is one of many releases. You see these every time we come forward, in which we're actually getting property owners to come forward and bring the properties into compliance. Further, a lot of these where we're getting the sales, where we're getting these reductions are because the property is being conveyed or sold to someone else. And someone has now taken it upon themselves to remedy the situation of what was left before, and has come to the city stating, I've done my part to clean this up and bring it into compliance, and here's a settlement offer. And we've looked at these. Many of these are very reasonable settlement offers. This was one property where it was actually a successor in interest who came forth to bring forth the settlement offer, and we accepted the settlement offer.
And that was just going to be my question. Do we have like a policy or something of, if it's a residential property, we will reduce to 10% of what they owe, whatever it may be? If it's commercial property, we reduce to...
It really is on a case-by-case basis, depending on the severity of the violation, depending on the time that's incurred, depending on the efforts or reasonableness of the property owner. Code Enforcement Division takes each property on a case-by-case basis to evaluate what would be a reasonable settlement. Some of these settlement offers are negotiated. They're until a reasonable amount is come
So
to.
it's code enforcement that does a negotiation, kind of has that final say, so to speak?
Yes, code enforcement has the final, technically, city council has the final say,
Sure.
because it is up to you to accept the settlement stipulation, and only the governing body of the local government can release a code enforcement lien. So you have the final say,
But through the negotiation process,
it's
code enforcement.
My
Okay.
office and code enforcement, along with the property owners, we achieve this reasonable settlement that we present to you for final approval.
Gotcha.
Good, okay. Look for a motion to approve the 8 consent agenda items.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, next up, business item, Laurel Oaks Major Development Plan. How about that, Gene? Do you like that or
fancy.
not?
I love it. It's made especially for me. Good afternoon, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to approve the Laurel Oaks Single Family Major Development Plan. The property is approximately 41 acres situated east of State Road 429 and west of Plymouth Sorrento Road, south of Kelly Park Road, and north of Joey McGuckin Road. Here's the aerial of the property. The Laurel Oaks Single Family Major Development Plan proposes the development of a 121-lot subdivision consisting of single-family detached residences. The residential units will have a minimum lot width of 55 feet. There are no minimum or maximum living area standards and lot size requirements in the Kelly Park Interchange Form-Based Code area. The KPI Form-Based Code requires that developments within the neighborhood overlay dedicate a minimum of 20% of land area for open space. The applicant proposes an amenity open space package that consists of 23% of the project area, including an 8-foot wide multipurpose trail from the southern end of the subdivision to the northern terminus to promote connectivity between developments, encourage pedestrian traffic away from Plymouth Sorrento Road, and lead to the internal passive path. Stormwater ponds are amenitized with a 5-foot wide path and seating areas. The applicant will also provide a pool and a cabana. One of the proposed access points is along Plymouth Sorrento Road. Additionally, an internal roadway is proposed to connect north to future development and planned thoroughfare that will connect to Kelly Park Road and align with the access of the Winding Meadows North residential subdivision on the south. The DRC recommends approval. At its meeting on August 9, 2022, Planning Commission recommended approval of the major development plan. The recommended motion is to approve the Laurel Oaks Single Family Major Development Plan. Staff is available for questions.
Okay, any questions for Jean? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter?
New equipment, new gear. Rod Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lane, Apopka, Mayor, Commissioners. Just, and I'm not going to waste your time by jumping up after every development proposal. We have 121 more units. The fact is, we enjoy in Orange County and in Apopka, at this point, 2 in 10 of our students are in portables. Why? With the two of the top 3 school districts, it's 1 in 100. We need to address this. We need to team with Orange County Public Schools and Orange County government together to go to Tallahassee and address this issue. Orange County Public Schools has not been successful at moving forward. The city appropriately goes up with their agenda. The county goes up with their agenda. The agenda needs to be on the quality of lives for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, anybody else? Okay, if not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the major development plan for Laurel Oaks.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
If I can just mention, I actually called our school board member about those very issues to try and say, how can we move forward? So it is on our agenda, and you help keep it there.
Jean? Or
Jean
Pam,
San-
I'm sorry. Pam's next.
I think it is here.
You can raise it up now that Jean's not there.
That's it, thank you. Pam Richmond, Community Development. This is a request for a transportation impact fee credit agreement between the city and Arrow Rock Income and Growth Fund, the owner and, well, the developer of the property. It's an industrial site on the south side of Marshall Lake Road. These 3 properties. In exchange for impact fee credits, the developer would like to add a little width to the road and mill and resurface it so it's appropriate for the kind of heavy industrial traffic that comes down Marshall Lake Road. Interestingly, Marshall Lake Road was on next year's resurfacing plan, so we're gonna, through this agreement, we're gonna save them a bunch of money to do another project through this agreement fee, and they'll have to decide if they wanna do the piece to the west, back under the 451, where it's not as bad as this piece is. We're coming up to about 200 feet shy of the intersection at Bradshaw because that's already been redone. And if you want more details on what it's going to look like. And so the request is to approve this transportation impact fee credit agreement.
Any questions for Pam? Anybody from public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the transportation impact fee credit agreement for the 451 Commerce Park.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
And second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2935.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county rural, 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres, to city mixed use, 7.5 to 20 dwelling units per acre, 0.3 to 1 floor area ratio for certain real property generally located on the northwest corner of Kelly Park Road and Plymouth Sorrento Road, owned by PM 1S Rio LLC, Harvey Goslin, Sapp Rodney D. Life Estate, Sandra D. Sapp, comprising 21.36 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean?
Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2935, amending the future land use designation for Wingspan ABC Kelly Park from county rural to mixed use. Subject properties sit on the northwest corner of Kelly Park Road and Plymouth Sorrento Road, approximately 21 acres in size. The properties are located within the 1-mile radius of State Road 429 and Kelly Park Road, the Kelly Park Interchange Form-Based Code area. The city's comprehensive plan and KPI form-based code require that this property is assigned a mixed-use future land use designation. Applicant has also submitted a rezoning application, which is the next item on the agenda. DRC recommends approval, and at its meeting on August 9, 2022, Planning Commission recommended approval to amend the future land use map from county rural to mixed use. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2935 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Come on down. Be sure to give us your name and address for the record, please, sir. You're all good? Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2935 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bankson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2936.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from county A1 Citrus Rural to county KPIMU Kelly Park Interchange Mixed Use, and assigning Village Center Overlay District for certain real property generally located on the northwest corner of Kelly Park Road and Plymouth Sorrento Road, comprising 21.36 acres, more or less, and owned by MPS1 Rio LLC, Harvey Godwin, Rodney Sapp D. Life Estate, Sandra D. Sapp, providing for a severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Again, Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2936, changing the zoning of Wingspan ABC Kelly Park from County A1 Citrus Rural to KPI MU Kelly Park Interchange Mixed Use with an assignment of Village Center overlay. The rezoning from County A1 to KPI mixed use and assignment of Village Center overlay district is compatible with the intent of the city's KPI form-based code. The Village Center overlay permits a minimum density of 7.5 dwelling units per acre and a maximum density of 20 dwelling units per acre, as well as a minimum floor area ratio of 0.3 and maximum FAR of 1.0. In addition, the applicant is requesting approval of the accompanying master plan. The master plan proposes the development of 368 multifamily units. It's also proposing a 150 one-bedroom unit, 174 two-bedroom units, and 44 three-bedroom units. The applicant also proposes a future development that consists of 49,500 square feet of commercial uses with a proposed floor area ratio of 0.36. Commercial portion will undergo a separate development review process. For the multifamily portion, the master plan depicts a total area of 2.72 acres of open space and amenity. The amenity open space program includes covered pavilion, plazas, pool, deck, and lounge areas, as well as passive open spaces and pocket parks. The proposed access points for this project are on Kelly Park Road and Plymouth Sorrento Road. Additionally, the master plan shows a connection to the northern and western adjacent parcels, as well as connection to the future commercial development on the south. The DRC recommends approval of the proposed change of zoning as well as the master plan. At its meeting on August 9, 2022, Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed change of zoning as well as the master plan. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2936 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21st, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
The future village center, retail, and restaurants. Is the entrance that's just further to the west going to be the main entrance to that? I mean, I don't see anything other than just on the north side of that. Or is there going to be something, because it's close to the intersection there, I'm just
Are
wondering.
you talking about the one on Kelly Park?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been told that they're gonna get a right in, right out there, and maybe a left in, because, you know, we're gonna make improvements to the road. And so they do have connectivity in other places. They're, for the most part, meeting all the requirements of the code, which is to have a grid section there, but you can tell by the shape of their property that there are limits on what they can do, where they can connect. So that will line up, that's kind of lined up with Public's entrance on the south, and that's why they've made that little deviation.
So that entrance is the one just further down, and they'll go in there and then enter that site, or there's going to be another entrance off of the road?
Yeah, they have, they'll have connectivity.
So the curving road that goes up there, that's going to be their entrance into?
Off of Kelly Park, yes.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure there wasn't anything, an additional one in between there in the corner.
Well, they don't own the property in the red square, and so what our job will be to, when that comes in, and right now it's not on this one. Here you can see the three little pieces in the corner. That's going to be its own development. So then you still have the rest of the pieces. So when that all comes in, it's going to be our responsibility to make sure that their connectivity works with how they've stubbed this out. You know, it's kind of first in gets to pick and the others get to work with it.
Sounds good, thanks.
Any other questions for Gene or for Pam?
I just have one additional request, and that is in the Planning Commission's recommending that we're consistent, that if it's unanimous, it says unanimous, and if it's not unanimous, that we indicate what the vote was.
Yes, sir. We'll do that.
So it was or it wasn't
Oh,
unanimous?
this was
Well, this one says
unanimous.
unanimous, but
Yeah.
the previous one didn't say whether it was or not.
Right. This said unanimous. It was, and the previous one as well.
All right.
All right. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2936, a first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2942.
An ordinance of the city of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka comprehensive plan of the city of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from future land use in progress and mixed use, 15 dwelling units per acre and 1 floor area ratio, to residential, low suburban 2 dwelling units.
Apologies.
Let me just see if the right one is, well, I mean, the ordinance, the packet, see if the packet has ordinance number 2942, an ordinance of the city of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka comprehensive plan of the city of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from future land use in progress and mixed use, 15 dwelling units per acre, and 1.0 floor area ratio, to residential low suburban, 2 dwelling units per acre, for certain real property generally located on the northeast corner of Ponkin Road and Ponkin Pines Road, owned by Roseville Farms LC and Roseville Farms LLC, comprising 31.5 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Okay,
Is that it?
I think so.
Yeah, I thought that's
It was never 15 units
Yeah, it
per
doesn't have
acre.
15, the
Yeah.
density's wrong.
Never was. Somehow that's,
we've got the future land use is in progress, the current is in progress and mixed use. And it's being changed to residential low suburban.
Mixed use, 0.
Yeah, 0 to.
Then that's all.
It has 0 to 15.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I think that is correct. Apologies.
so anyway, it's 2 units per acre is what the.
Correct.
Yes.
Bottom line, 2 units per acre.
Yes. Okay, any other questions for Gene on this issue? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Sure, come on.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Jim Riffle. I live at 2536 West Pond Can Road, Apopka 32712. I am cattywampus from the subject property. I'm county. I'll make this real brief. I spoke before the Planning Commission. Their decision was unanimous. And my home's built a quality project. I've seen this. I know people that live in their homes, provide a nice building for their home. Second, land use report from your packet, relationship to adjacent properties. All directions, your final analysis would be that the proposed residential low suburban future land use designation is consistent with the general future land use character of the surrounding area. I suggest if you stand in the middle of those 30 acres, beautiful piece of property, one single family home on it, and look in any direction, the only thing you'll see are homes on 2 or more acres. Or if you look east, you'll see the school. And school is wonderful, make you feel young, listen to those kids every day. I do enjoy that. Three, I can't wrap my head around the safety issue of this egress, ingress, access on Poncan Pines Road. Your plan suggests that it's going to introduce 600+ car trips daily into what is a deadly, dangerous curve on Poncan Road. It is also a signalized crosswalk for adjacent kids. We do have sidewalks, thank you. And it is also directly adjacent to the Weekiva Run north entrance. I do believe most people that live in Weekiva Run access their homes off of Plymouth Sorrento. That's not scientific, I just live next door. It's just a dangerous area. I don't see how you can introduce that many car trips a day without safety factors. And I've read parts of the TIA. This is way over my pay grade. I don't understand a lot of this. But conclusions are improvements to Poncan Road, and the access lanes to accelerate and decelerate into the property. Again, I can't understand that. They'd have to be about a mile long if you've ever driven through those curves. I don't know what the solution is. I hope somebody with a greater mind can come up with one, because, again, this is going to be a safety issue. I guess that's my pitch.
Thank you, Jim, appreciate it. Pam, you want to come, but I know
Yeah, this,
one of the things Poncan
Kim,
is.
that's that curve right there by Wekiva Run. And that is a kind of a blind spot. You don't realize the curve there.
It is. And let me start with this, Orange County's road.
Exactly, that was my.
And I talk to Orange County about this road every time a project comes in. And as soon as this one came in, I sent it over to Orange County, and we are collaborating on what kind of safety improvements need to be made. And I have a special concern for this gentleman. We talked on the phone. We had a nice conversation. His property is going to be blocked by the turn lane. And so that needs to be given special consideration. We don't do, this is comp plan? Okay, this is future land use. We don't make those kind of decisions at this stage. But when we get to the site plan, if you'll remember the one farther up at Pittman Road, we made them do a lot of extra things. And we're going to make this developer do, because you're right, it's a curve. And I have no control over the speed limit there. We can ask Orange County to lower it, but then they'll have to enforce it because people drive as they will out there. We're looking into other things, and this applicant knows the situation that they're in. So all I can tell you is it's definitely on our radar, and it's a process.
So at what point before they start to turn dirt, do we kind of make sure that that curve is addressed? Whether it's the county, us, or the developer, how does that work?
When we get to site plan, Jean, does this one qualify to come back to council for site plan? We're reviewing it, but will that, okay. So we're, at DRC, we're reviewing the major development now, which is what used to be the preliminary development plan. And you will see that, and that's where those kind of improvements are imposed. So, you know, and you, as the city council, can impose anything that you want. If you don't think it's enough, you can ask for more, and it is a safety issue, so.
No, I know exactly where he's talking about, because I take that road almost every day.
And the applicant has been very understanding. They understand that, and they want to make sure that it's safe, not just for their development, but for everyone out there.
Yeah.
So I have a great amount of confidence that we'll be able to satisfy you all.
All right. Any other questions for Pam or Jean? Anybody else wish to speak on this matter?
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Mackey. I work with Daily Design Group, and we're the applicants for this project. First of all, just to address the concerns, yes, we did have a public meeting, or a community meeting on this, and the majority of the concerns were about how we were going to handle that intersection. So it's something that we definitely understand. We have a traffic engineer working with us, and like it was pointed out, it was the Orange County roads. We're dedicating 30 feet of right-of-way along Poncan Pines roads, as well as we'll be doing any improvements that we need to. And yes, it's 640 daily trips. It's 48 AM trips and 65 PM trips. And it should also be noted that we are down zoning this and down land using this.
Can you just speak just a
I
little louder for
apologize.
me?
We're down zoning this and downgrading the land use. Currently, it's mixed use. So we're approved up to 475 residential units on this property.
No, you're not.
Well, according to the land use that you've adopted.
Okay.
As well as it would be permitted up to 1.3 million square feet of commercial. These are the policies that have been adopted for this property. We're asking to bring the property into line with the character, 2 units per acre because it's within the McIver Protection Area north of Poncan Pines Road. We ask for your support today, and we will continue to work with the city and the county and the residents about the safety because we'll have residents in that community as well, and we would like them to be safe as well. So once again, I just ask you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions?
Well, just to clarify, this future land use designation amendment is really because there is a comp plan policy that states that any properties north of Poncan, west of Rock Springs Road is really only permitted to have up to 2 dwelling units per acre outside of Kelly Park interchange. So they're actually just getting the maximum they're permitted in that area, regardless of what is currently the designation.
Okay. Any other questions? Not, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2942 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
Okay.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Okay. Second by
second by
Commissioner
Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up,
Can
ordinance
I
number,
ask a question on page 335, Exhibit A? Under this ordinance, it has a property on Central Avenue. Is that? I mean, there seems to be that there was something here that is all spread throughout the whole project.
Apologies, we'll
Some-
double check that for the second reading.
Okay, because
Which
I'm
one
trying
are
to
you
figure out
talking about?
what this has to do with this project.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a property on 7th between 8th and, or on Central between 8th and 7th. And I
that's
think
another
that's
one coming up.
Which
something
is
later
the,
on.
the
but
next, the
Okay,
next
so
few
we'll just-
items down, yeah.
The computer's rebelling.
Okay. Next up, ordinance number 2943.
An ordinance of the city of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from MUESGT mixed-use East Shore Gateway sub-district to RSF B1 residential single-family large lot district for certain real property generally located on the northeast corner of Poncan Road and Poncan Pines Road, comprising 31.5 acres more or less, and owned by Groveville Farms LC and Groveville Farms LLC, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2943, changing the zoning for Ponca Pines from mixed-use East Shore Gateway MUESGT District to RSF Residential Single Family Large Lot District. The Development Review Committee recommends approval of the proposed change of zoning. In its meeting on August 9, 2022, Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed change of zoning from MUESGT to RSF1B District. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
This is the same piece of property aforementioned, correct?
Correct.
We'll need to make a note that the Exhibit A on the ordinance has to be changed. You've got a different parcel on Exhibit A of the ordinance. So that'll be corrected by second reading
Yes.
to reflect the accurate legal description.
All right. Any,
It looks like on both of those, the
Yeah,
Exhibit A.
It's the same exhibit, yeah.
Okay,
This is a different one, but it's wrong.
yeah.
This is Martin and Keene, the other
Right,
one
we've
was on
got
7th.
Exhibit A, yeah, both of them will be corrected. I have no idea how that Southeast River Road.
Okay. Any other questions for Gene? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve ordinance
Wait.
number.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, come on.
Can I interrupt you one more time?
Absolutely.
Again, I'm Jim Riffle, 2536 West Pond Can Road, Apopka 32712, Cattywampus from the subject property. There are no planned or funded county improvements for Pond Can Road at this point. I don't know when they come in, and that's perhaps something that the city folks can work with. I have asked on numerous occasions. Thank you.
You bet, thank you. All right. Looking for a motion to approve ordinance number 2943 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Okay, again, second by Commissioner Velasquez.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2945.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from royal settlement to mixed use for certain real property generally located north of Kelly Park Road, east of Round Lake Road, and west of Effie Drive, owned by Kelly Park Road Ventures LLC, Kelly Park Land Investments LLC 50%, Harris KP LLC 50%, comprising a total of 45.93 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
For the record, Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2945, amending the future land use designation for Kelly Park South from rural settlement to mixed use. The subject property sits north of Kelly Park Road, east of Round Lake Road, and west of Effie Road, approximately 45 acres in size. Property is also located within the 1-mile radius of State Road 429 and Kelly Park Road. As previously mentioned, the city's comprehensive plan and KPI form-based code requires that this property is assigned a mixed-use future land use designation before it is developed. The applicant has also submitted a rezoning application, which is the preceding item on the agenda. The DRC recommends approval, and at its meeting on August 9, 2022, Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval to amend the future land use map from rural settlement to mixed use. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2945 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
This is, okay, it is part of the KPI.
Yes.
Correct.
Just want to note that the report also shows that there's no capacity at the high school for these students, and so we are rapidly approaching that magic number that we're going to need.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2945 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2946.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from AB agricultural to city KPI-MU, Kelly Park interchange mixed use, and assigning transition and village center overlay district for certain real property generally located north of Kelly Park Road, east of Round Lake Road, and west of Effie Drive, owned by Kelly Park Road Ventures LLC, Kelly Park Land Investments LLC 50%, Harris KP LLC 50%, comprising 45.93 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean?
Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2946, changing the zoning of Kelly Park South from AG Agriculture to KPIMU Kelly Park Interchange Mixed Use with assignment of transition and village center overlays. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from agriculture to KPIMU and assigning of transition and village center overlays, as well as requesting an approval of the accompanying master plan. The master plan proposes the development of 95 single-family residences and proposes future development that consists of 350 multifamily units and approximately 5 acres of commercial uses. 37 single-family residential units will have a minimum lot width of 56 feet, and 58 single-family units will have a minimum lot width of 40 feet. The residential units will have a minimum living area of 1,200 square feet, and those with a minimum lot width of 40 feet will be rear-loaded. There are no minimum or maximum living area standards or lot size requirements in this area. The multifamily and commercial portions will undergo separate development review processes. The master plan depicts a total area of 4.6 acres of open space and amenity for the single-family portion. The amenity open space program for the single-family section includes a sidewalk, tot lot, benches, picnic area, play field, dog park, and pockets of passive open spaces. Supplementary open space and amenity areas will be provided at the time of development of the multifamily portion to meet a total minimum requirement of 15% of open space. The proposed access for this project is on Kelly Park Road. Additionally, the master plan shows 3 connections to the eastern parcels, 2 to the north, and 1 connection to the west and southwest adjacent parcels. The DRC recommends approval of the proposed change of zoning and the master plan. At its meeting on August 9, 2022, Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed change of zoning with the assignment of transition and village center overlay districts and the master plan. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2946 and hold it over for 2946 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
My question is, whenever we build these developments, we always get that tot lot. What is that?
It's just a recreation area for the kids, those playgrounds.
But tot lot means like under 2? Like, what function does it have for anybody?
For me, it does.
Yeah, for you it does. But, I mean, they're very small, and, I mean, it doesn't really...
It usually includes a
It doesn't serve
slide.
older after 2 years old. I mean, your 2 are gonna become 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'm just saying, I mean, is that our minimum requirement, a tot lot?
It's one of the requirements they can choose from for their amenity package. So the tot lot isn't the only thing that they are submitting as amenity, but.
And why I'm asking is because I've gone to several developments, older developments that have tot lots. They're not in use. Yet I've gone to developments where they've had sort of a much more grown-up, and I say grown-up for older kids, and I've seen that in use. So I'm kind of concerned that we're kind of allowing the developers to build the minimum, but it doesn't really serve a community that you're building. I mean, we're not going to have a whole bunch of 2-year-olds. We're going to have families with kids up to about 13 years old that still want to go to a park.
Sure.
So-
I'll go ahead and I'll let the applicant.
Well, I just want to piggyback that too, because you'll probably answer this right at the same time. I thought we had to require like pools as well for these developments.
Pools for single families. For most single families up to a certain threshold number of units, I think it's 250.
Okay.
Single family.
What's this total
detached.
project going to be? Because
Let me see here.
and that can be answered in the same breath, basically, because it's about amenities.
350 multifamily. and 37 single-family units, as well as 58 single-family units that have a minimum lot width of 40 feet. So the single-family detached units doesn't quite meet the threshold of a pool requirement because they're proposing 350 multifam, and their single-family detached count doesn't.
This is going in phases though, correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't their entire project then meet that threshold?
Well, they have a multifamily and commercial that's going to be developed in future phases, not single-family.
But
So
on
the
that north side,
multifamily,
aren't they doing single family on the north side?
Why don't you let Lance answer those? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Lance Bennett, Wilson Bennett, the applicant.
If you could just speak into the mic. This is all new to us, and I can hardly hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lance Bennett, Wilson Bennett. To talk about, as far as the amenities goes, these 95 units are part of and incorporated into the development to the north. It has actually 2 pools, a very large amenity package. This is augmenting that. And so in the tot lots, they're not for up to 2. You actually get these packages. They're typically 2 to 12. And so it is for kids older than just 2 years old. So there will be, and we spent a lot of time with staff going through all of these amenity packages to the north, and this one will augment those. And so when we come in with the major development plan, those uses and programs will all be identified.
So
And going back to the multifamily, I'm sorry, the multifamily will have its own amenity, pool, cabana, playgrounds, so forth. So there will be, to your point, there will be a pool in this package.
What's the timeline for that?
We'll be coming in, we have to go through a separate process, another master plan process for that. We're probably, as far as submitting that in, within the next about 4 months.
Okay. And my concern is the market is changing, and we've seen from 2008 that we don't amenitize this section and we never get to phase 2 or whatever it may be that actually has the amenities. So that's my concern, is that we're not doing that. So if we can, in some capacity, ensure that we're going to get the amenities that are required for that future development as well. So
Does this have access to the other amenities you were speaking of?
It does, it absolutely does. You can see the development that's shown up on the top of the screen. That's the southern part of the other community. The major development plan was approved by the commission about 6 weeks ago, and that had all of the amenity package within that. There's about a big 30-acre open space, trails around it, 2 pools, a very large amenity on the north side.
How close to this stub out is the
The first pool and park is like 3 blocks north.
Gene, when we come back at second reading, can you put both of them together just so we?
We actually brought a composite. I can show you.
I don't have it on this slide.
It's not the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'll include the Kelly Park master plan on here, which was what was previously approved. The entire master plan was previously approved, but I'll include that one in the second reading.
Yeah, just so we can.
Visualize.
Yeah, visualize the whole package. The question I've got, Lance, is we want to protect that commercial piece gets developed commercially, that you don't come back, oh, by the way, we can put another 100 units of apartments there that we need to protect, that's actually going to be commercial. How do we protect?
So the intent is to preserve it as 5 acres of commercial. It's a village center designation. And, we've got the multifamily to the north of it. As far as the protecting it, Gene, any ideas as far as?
Kelly Park Form-Based Code has codified that anything that has a village center overlay is required to have a village center core, which means by code, it's already protected as commercial.
I get that, but let's say they build all this residential, and then 3 years from now or whenever, they come back and say, hey, you know what? Commercial's not going to work. We're going to just, how do we protect that what we're doing here today doesn't turn into more apartments?
How do we protect that it doesn't turn into apartments? Is that what
Yeah,
you said?
or any other residential, yes.
It's regulated by the regulating plan and the KPI. So anything within a certain overlay is required to have only a certain uses, and then the village center, this is what, I'll go ahead and I will, what we can do is, perhaps we can put it in the development order for the master plan before it comes back for second reading.
Okay. Mr. O'Keefe?
Do you wanna?
Mayor, Commissioners, Dan O'Keefe with Schutz and Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida. Yeah, I think also as you approve this master plan and we designate future commercial development track, we could, I think that binds us. And so there's nothing that prohibits someone from coming back and asking to change anything in the future, but it's the control of the city council. And so if we're approving that master plan and it says for future commercial, we can't come in with future residential unless this city council approved it. So you do have that control.
Yeah, but, somebody will have, the memories won't be long. So I just want to make sure that we've got belts and suspenders on this.
And
that
the
commercial
applicant
piece.
agrees with that intent. So if we can further secure that, we're cooperative and happy to do so. Thank you.
Well, your current.
I'll double check the Kelly Park form-based code to see if there are any multifamily use permitted within the village center core, which is what this is designated as, that commercial piece. And if anything, we can also, as part of the development order for the master plan, included on the master plan that there will be no residential uses, it'll only be commercial.
Michael?
Well, what I was going to say is you've got your current plan adopted. Now, you can't necessarily bind a future council by your decisions now. That'll fall on their discretion at a future date. But at least as what's adopted, as Mr. O'Keefe said, that's what's adopted. So anyone who's going to come in to try to amend to add more residential, they're going to have to come in to amend the master plan and undergo a hearing process and then an elective vote. You cannot bind a future commission and tell them, oh, and by the way, and if someone comes in to apply for a change, you have to say no. You can't do that.
All right.
And so what is the little narrow strip there that says future commercial development? That little narrow pink strip?
Yes, sir. So that was, it's a piece of property that is part of this application. And so we just designated that as commercial as well, assuming that the piece that's between the two the stuff along Kelly Park Road will come in as commercial. So it's consistent use.
All right. And so the entrance to this particular project is going to be off Kelly Park Road?
The entrance to this project is actually through the access road just to the east of the multifamily commercial. You can see it kind of a dashed line, and there are block structures.
It's this right here.
There you go. And then they're just to the north of that. There are, as Jean mentioned earlier, or Pam mentioned earlier, the KPI requires this grid pattern, and there will be access roads making connection to that. It's not off of Kelly Park Road on the west.
All right.
So they're going to have to drive up and around to get to this.
Correct. It's all part of the same community. And then when we come in with, like I mentioned, with the multifamily, there will be another east-west road that connects that block to that entrance road. So they'll go due east to tie into it.
This is a unique way to do it.
I'm going back to the tot lot. Show me where the tot lot is here. I can't, we don't have it here, but you have something here.
If you look on your screen there, he's showing.
Yeah, I'm looking at,
Okay.
yeah, it's not in our work iPad, but on where it is.
Right here.
That's it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told me it's 2 to 12?
Correct.
Does it have trees?
It will, yes.
Not like little trees, like shaded trees, big shade trees?
Will,
Okay.
right.
Will it have a sunshade?
You know, we will explore that, certainly, whether it's shade trees or sunshade. I think that's an appropriate
Okay, so
need.
will this come back to us?
It does, it's the major development.
And so you will let me know at that time, because I'm I'm fixated on these new
I understand.
tot lots. So when you go back, you'll say, oh my God, that commission is looking for that tot lot. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2946 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Next up, ordinance number 2951.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use elements of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from commercial to residential, low for certain real property generally located on the southwest intersection of Central Avenue and 7th Street, owned by Marion E. White and Felicia Denise Aiken, comprising of 0.34 acres, more or less, providing for severability and for an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2951, amending the future land use amendment for 722 South Central Avenue from commercial to residential low. The property is on the southwest corner of 7th Street and Central Avenue intersection. The proposed future land use designation of residential low is compatible with the parcels east adjacent of the subject property. Properties on the east have a future land use designation of residential low, and this amendment is consistent with the existing single-family residential use on the property. Current zoning is mixed-use downtown, MUD, compatible with the proposed future land use designation. The DRC recommends approval. At its meeting on August 9, 2022, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of amending the future land use designation from commercial to residential low. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2951 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Okay. Any questions for Jean?
Yes, I have one. So at one time, I'm gonna assume that this property was zoned residential, since there's a residential home there, and somehow it got rezoned to commercial. Is that what happened?
Well, for a long time, it looks like the future land use designation for this has been commercial, although obviously there's a single-family structure there, so the future land use designation is not consistent with the future land use on the property. The current zoning for this is the MUD, which is mixed-use downtown, which permits both residential and commercial uses. So we're just trying to make all the use, the zoning, and the future land use consistent with the property.
Okay.
Is there a future plan for this, or what's the motivation behind the change?
I'll defer that to the applicant.
Good afternoon, Rogers back at 7 West Main Street. So currently, this has been a property that's been our family probably 60 years now. And the property's pretty old. So they wanted to have the option to rebuild back on the site. So this was the option we had to go through in order to do that.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2951 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2952.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the City of Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from residential low 5 dwelling units per acre to agricultural 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres for certain real property generally located west of Binion Road and north of Clear Lake Estates residential subdivision owned by Citrus Ridge Real Estate LLC, comprising 19.11 acres, more or less, providing for a severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2952, amending the future land use designation of the Citrus Ridge property from residential low to agriculture. The subject property is located west of Binion Road and north adjacent of Clear Lake Estates. Clear Lake Estates residential subdivision, approximately 19 acres in size. The proposed future land use designation of agriculture is compatible with the agriculture future land use designation of the current site of Camp Weewa to the east. Current zoning of the property is, the applicant has also applied for rezoning of the property for AG Agriculture Zoning District, which is compatible with the proposed agriculture future land use designation. The Development Review Committee recommends approval, and at its meeting on August 9, 2022, Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed future land use designation from residential low to agriculture, subject to the findings in the staff report. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of Ordinance 2952 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions?
My normal question, what's the plan there for that one? This is the first one I'm seeing where we're
Sure, I know.
going the opposite,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is great.
The applicant only really intends to have it as his personal property and to construct one single-family residence.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a developer. I tried to get him when we lost the bid on the Sumner property. I was trying to see if I could get him to swap, let the person who bought the Sumner property to swap and buy that property if he would give it up. And he says, no, I want to put my single-family residence. I want to raise my kids here. So,
yep.
Anyway.
Right, and I do know Jose personally, and I did speak to him about this. And this has a lot of sentimental value to him. It belonged to his father. And when his father passed away, he felt he wanted to keep it. So you're not going to get him to sell it.
No.
Or swap it.
All right, well, let me ask, does this have any impact on Clear Lake? I remember us getting some communication about Clear Lake causing flooding because of all the development that was taking place in the area.
No, that was across the street, Clear Lake.
It's,
Well, that's
this-
south, isn't it?
yep.
Yeah.
It's a different lake.
I don't know what flooding impact it would have.
So, yeah, Clear Lake Estates is to the south of the subject.
So
and
this
then
is not the same Clear Lake?
This is like Heiniger. Yeah.
There really shouldn't be any impact. The intent really is to only have one single-family structure on the property, and even if he decides more than one to split the property for I don't know what reason, he would only be restricted to, I think it's 5 acres per.
One house per 5 acres.
Correct, and it's a lot of it, if you look at the aerial, is in a floodplain.
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2952 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2953.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from RSF 1B residential single-family large lot to AG agricultural for certain real property generally located west of Binion Road and north of Clear Lake Estates residential subdivision comprising 19.11 acres more or less and owned by Citrus Ridge Real Estate LLC, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
So this proposed change of zoning is really to just be consistent with the proposed agriculture future land use designation. The request is for an ag zoning. The DRC recommends approval of this same property for the change of zoning, and at its meeting on August 9th, 2022, Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed change of zoning from RSF 1B Residential Single Family Large Lot District to AG Agriculture District. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2953 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21, 2022. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2953 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
Second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2956.
An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, to extend territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.014, the hereinafter described land situated and being in Orange County, Florida, owned by Simpson D. Wayne 50%, Simpson Susie F. 50%, Laxmi Land Investments LLC and Sessions Plymouth LLC, located on the southwest corner of Peterson Road and State Road 429, provided for directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
For the record, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2956, annexation of Mid-Florida South. Parcels are located in the southwest corner of Peterson Road and State Road 429, approximately 54 acres in size. The properties abut parcels in the city jurisdiction on its northern, western, and southern boundaries. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2956 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
Just, what's the plan on this one?
This is, I'm sorry. The plan currently for this is to, they're obviously in the very preliminary stages of entitlement, is to continue what is being done on the north, or what has been approved on the north, which is the current side of Mid-Florida logistics. It has Amazon, Goya, and it's essentially the same thing as I understand it. That's the intent.
Thank you.
One of the things we're trying to accomplish is the CFX owns, can you pull that back?
Sure. Apologies.
Anyway, they have a retention pond that's right on 429, kind of midway through the property. What we'd like to be able to do is to swap them that land for land that would buffer our birding parks. Our birding park backs up to the southeastern part of that is our birding park, the white piece. Yeah, down below. Yeah, there you go. So what we'd like to be able to do is to have a big retention buffer between the industrial and our birding park. What we'd have to do is to move the retention pond, that's the cutout that's right on the interstate, and move that down. So we're in negotiations with CFX to see if we can make a land swap that would give them the land that they've got, and then give us a nice big 200-foot buffer along the southern part of that industrial property.
You love your lane swaps.
So we're hoping we can accomplish that. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but I think CFX they understand what we're trying to do, and they're very amenable to anything that makes sense to them. So
Cool.
Anyway. Okay, any other questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2956 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bankson. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2959.
Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka by amending Part 3, Land Development Code, Article 1, General Provision, Section 1.2, Authority, by creating Section 1.2.3, Development Fees, by repealing Ordinance 725 in its entirety, by repealing Section 2-96, Land Development Fees in its entirety, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and setting an effective date.
Jean Sanchez and Pam Richmond with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2959, removing the enumerated fees from the city's code of ordinances and establish development and other related fees by resolution. Land development fees were first adopted by the city in 1992, and these fees have not been updated since. The reason for land development fees is to cover the cost of development review that includes plan reviews by staff, costs of public hearing notifications, and to ensure uniform treatment of site plan reviews. The current land development review fees in effect are not in line with the surrounding jurisdictions and does not cover current cost of the development review process. Development plan applications are reviewed by the Development Review Committee, the DRC. The DRC consists of the Community Development Department Director and representatives from Planning, Building, Police, Fire, Engineering, and Public Services divisions and departments. The development review applications are submitted to the Planning Division, and it is checked for sufficiency both by the Planning Secretary and Planning Project Manager. It is then distributed to the DRC for technical review and comments. The DRC has approximately 6 business days for technical review and comments. Comments are then sent to the applicant before a DRC meeting is held, and the DRC meeting is held every Wednesday at 9 a.m. All DRC comments must be addressed or resolved before DRC approval is issued. Each project is unique, and so just to give you all a bit more of an idea on the staff review process, let's compare perhaps an annexation application with a major development plan. Annexations generally take 1 DRC meeting review before it goes on to public hearings. On the other hand, the average staff review time for major development plan applications is about 3 or 4 resubmittals and DRC meetings before moving on to public hearings, which is how you all get it and make decisions. And now I'm going to turn the podium over to Pam for the methodology used for the proposed fees.
So, because I didn't know Rob was the magician that he is, and I wasn't sure that this would all be operating, well, thank you. I printed off for y'all. This is the comparative analysis that I'm gonna talk
We
about.
spent a couple $100,000 on improvements,
Yeah.
and I'm still gonna be
Well-
safer.
Well, you know, they've been working like crazy, but just in case, and sometimes it's hard to read anyway. So what I want to talk to y'all about is the methodology we use to come up with our proposed fees. So we started by looking at 12 surrounding jurisdictions that include Orange County. I don't have to read them all, you can see them. And the first thing we did was we eliminated those jurisdictions who haven't updated their fees since 2019, and those were Ocoee, Winter Garden, and Altamont Springs. So everything that we used in our analysis is relatively new. And then where possible, when we could compare apples to apples, we did an average of what those fees were. And then we prepared for you this table that shows our existing, our proposed, Orange counties, and the average. And also heavily weighed into our decisions about our recommendations was what Jean just talked about, the staff hours, what it's really costing the city to do development review. So I did 3 or 4 little examples of where we are. Right now, this is for a large-scale comp plan amendment. We're charging $700 per application. We're proposing $4,000 in the last year. In this fiscal year, we received 4 of these, and then you see on there what that difference is. You'll see that the increase per application is $3,300, but for those 4 applications we received, the increased revenue would have been $13,200. The next would be a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. Right now we charge $700. We're proposing $2,000. We've seen 16 of those so far this year, and you can see that the increase in the revenue would have been $20,000. Rezoning, $500 to $1,200. Net increase, $18,900 for the 27 applications that we've seen. And then the last one is for a major development plan, which Jean was just talking about. Takes a lot of time. We're going from $500 to $2,000 We've seen 24 of those so far this year, and the net increase we would have seen. But more importantly, if you add just those four land use category, or four development categories in, under our old fee, we would have collected $39,500. Under the new proposed fees, it would have been $104,400. So that's a net increase of almost $65,000. And that's just four of the categories on the list. And that's all for me.
Okay, so to amend the city's development review process, it includes the following steps. City council must accept the first reading of ordinance number 2959 and then adopt the said ordinance, which is the second reading and adoption are tentatively scheduled for September 21st. And in that same meeting, we have to adopt a resolution codifying the proposed land development review fees. And so with that said, the recommended motion today is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2959 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 21, 2022. We are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean or Pam?
I just have a statement. This has been long overdue. The staff hours that each of you have put in for this whole process, for years, I've been telling you, you're not charging enough for the fees, so I'm kind of happy that we're finally updating it. The only thing I would like to kind of, when you do these resolutions, is to kind of review these fees instead of allowing it as you did right now from 1992 to 2022. Is to keep up with what other counties, especially Orange County and neighboring cities are charging. And also, I know that you just started kind of using the software and the programs to kind of help you minimize a lot of the man hours that you put in. Where are we with that?
We are currently planning, I can only speak for planning, I think building is a little more advanced than we are, but planning is currently at constructing all our applications. I know y'all have met Roxanne Reed, our new planning manager. She's actually taking it and running away with it, and I've already constructed a bunch of our applications. So we're hoping that it'll go live perhaps the end of the year. That's our hope.
Because that's another process, I know, but that's something that I know for a few years I've been asking, because of the plans that come in, those are a lot of man hours that each
Funny thing
staff
is,
member out
developers and applicants actually ask us to increase their fees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm happy to see that you have finally addressed this.
Well, I believe the intention also is as we've done with other departments when it comes to fees, of removing the fees from the code of ordinances and moving to a resolution base, it allows for a lot easier, an easier mechanism to change these annual. And I think probably the intention is for an annual review. I can tell you, came from Volusia County, every year on the same monthly meeting of the county council, the fee resolution for for their growth management division was adopted. Either some were changed, some were left the same, but it allows for an annual review. And then it's just a simple adoption of a resolution, one meeting, one hearing, and it's adopted and the change takes place immediately.
Thank you.
Yeah, on all of these, there's only one that's above the average. Most of them are below or at. And that's the application for special exception from 250 to 1,000. And I'm just thinking about the church that was talking about their sign. Would that affect them? Is that where that would come under?
I'll have to double check. I don't believe signs are eligible for special, well, they're not special exception.
Because I know they had asked that. And I know you're going to get together and try and work something out there.
Right.
But, okay, so
And
that,
even if they're asking for a variance, perhaps that's what you're referring to. I don't know if that's eligible for a variance either, but they have options for permanent signage that Jim will go over with them.
so this is just building.
Yep.
Okay.
This is just planning.
Mr. Smith?
Good.
Mr. Ernesto?
There's some applicants that come back many times.
Yes.
5+ times. Are you guys I know we discussed this, but I didn't know if that's in here. Are you guys charging after 3 submittals, there's an additional fee?
We didn't include that in here. Is this what you'd like to see?
I think it would be
That's why we're
beneficial.
just doing a flat fee. There are some jurisdictions that have this really convoluted, complicated.
Fee structure.
You know, it's like if this, then this, if this, then this.
Sure.
There are 15 different things. You don't know what category.
And I don't want to convolute your process by any means, but I do know that there are some applicants that do take more time than others, and they should be charged for that. So, you know, you guys,
We'll certainly look at it.
if that's something you guys find valuable, great. I know one specific project I'm thinking of that has submitted 8 times so far.
Yes.
So, there's certain projects like that maybe demand an additional fee or something like that. So,
Sure.
Just a recommendation, but I like it either way.
Anybody else? Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing, look for motion to approve ordinance number 2959 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson, second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2022-35.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, establishing the 2023 rate schedules pertaining to City of Apopka water use charges and deposits, wastewater use charges and deposits, distributed wastewater treatment system use charges and deposits, and reclaimed water rates, and providing an effective date.
Vladimir Ortega, Finance Director, City of Apopka, and UC Watson, Manager of Utility Billing. Resolution 2022-35, establishing the current rates for services provided for water, wastewater, and reclaimed water effective October 1st. And this relates to the impact fee study that was discussed previously this afternoon. And staff and myself are here for answering any questions.
Any questions? Madam Mayor? You see?
Mayor, let me just add one thing. Commissioners, keep in mind what you have before you today is actually the usage charges for water and sewer. The impact fee ordinance will come back to you as a separate ordinance, and that's when we will talk about the 90-day window.
Understood. So this is, we're not doing this as it is resolution, never mind. Yeah.
All right, good. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for motion to approve Resolution 2022-35.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2022-40.
Mayor, Commissioners, Josh
You can-
Robinson.
You can actually raise that to your height. We should have
There
done that
we
with
go.
you. There you
Wow,
go.
look at that.
Today, we're asking for the rate increases for the sanitation rates to keep pace with the operating expense, increased population, rising cost of labor, fuel, disposal expense, and other operating expense. Much like the water rates, we're kind of on the middle to the left end of the region, and Orange County just went up $10 a year, and Seminole County went up 40. Yeah, they went up 25%. So yeah, we're just trying to keep pace with expense. And any questions?
Yeah, Josh, what's the rate like from a year ago on natural gas, just natural gas? I know that because all of our trucks are natural gas.
The last time I checked, which was July, it went from 79 cents to $1 per therm, so yeah, pretty good jump. And then actually the last 2 allocations, this month and last month, it doubled. It went from about 10,000 a month to 25,000 for these last 2 months for the fuel,
So a lot of the increases are based on that.
Yeah, it's fuel and disposal. They're probably the biggest chunks. Disposal is like almost $2 million a year just by itself. So when it goes up 4%, that's a pretty good chunk. And yeah, so we're going up to 1912. We're still middle bottom of the pack, but we're moving that way. We've done the last 3 years. I think we've done an increase in and our efficiency rates have remained flat. So we're still doing our normal 0.8 of a ton per hour operate, so the operation's still running efficiently. It's just the increase in the cost drivers.
Yeah, and, you know, and without the $1 million we infused to buy the new trucks, we'd had to, you know, put that into the rate as well. So by spending the money on, you know, 3 unforeseen accidents, we were able to keep the rate down at the 6% level.
That was huge help.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Mayor, I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask real quick. On the resolution, the effective date says, based upon a final adoption, we need to have that in the motion to be effective October 1, so that way it hits this, in the fiscal year correctly, so it hits on that date. So we need to have that. And then one other comment I'd like to make is I've been hearing a lot, we've had a lot of complaints of customers in Orange County with their garbage pickup. I think it's important here to know that we have a small increase, and our rates are still very, very on the low end, like Josh says, but he and his team do an awesome job. Knock on wood, we don't have the issues and complaints that unfortunately Orange County is having, but I think that needs to be commended for him and his staff, because our garbage service is top notch.
Yeah, we have a good crew. Tenure, they're committed to their work, been there a long time, so yeah, good crew for sure.
I know, even with the loss of 3 trucks, you still kept the schedule.
Yeah.
And that was a lot.
That
So
was a
thank
little
you.
nerve-wracking. And that was, in large part, helped with the crew as well. They stepped in, did the overtime they had to do, work weekends to keep us afloat until those rental trucks made it there, so.
And I want you to know the city residents appreciate that. They always brag to the county residents about the difference in the sanitation from the city of Apopka. So you got an A+.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt Resolution 22-40 with the one exception that the rates go into effect on October 1st.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2022-41.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2021, and ending September 30th, 2022, providing for a budget amendment.
Vladimir Ortega, Finance Director. Resolution 2022-41, amending the budget for the fiscal year October 1st, 21, and ending on September 30th, 2022. This is to cover the billing for the MCO, which is Managed Care Option, Public Emergency Medical Transportation, and this is an intergovernmental transfer of state fiscal year 21-22. And this is, the total amount of this amendment is $89,832.29. Billing refers to Medicaid payments that are part of the transfer agreement executed between the Agency for Healthcare Administration and the City of Apopka on behalf of the City of Apopka Fire Department. And the request is to adopt Resolution 2022-41 for the payment of $89,832.29.
Any questions for Vladimir on this one? Just want to let everybody know, just if you go back, the former EMS provider, our billing provider, NEB, we didn't collect this money. So this is found money that, because we changed providers, it's now coming into the coffers of the city. So I think it was a great move and it's continued to pay dividends. Anyway, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve Resolution 2022-41.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bankson. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, can we just mention that this will be Vladimir's,
She's got one more. Yeah.
she's got one more. I really don't want you to go.
Well, before I go to the next one,
Yes.
I'm going to take the minute and just say thank you to the new commissioner and the old commissioners and the opportunity that I got to work for the City of Apopka. And just so it's in record, I'm just leaving for totally personal matters. I have little kids that need me at home, and I just can't stay at nighttime. So I have decided to move forward, and I'm going to another city, so I'm not going that far, and I'll be available, like I told Edward and the team, as needed. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Resolution 2022-42.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka adopting the City of Apopka Reserve Policy for the maintenance and of an adequate general fund balance providing for an effective date.
So Vladimir Ortega for the last time, Finance Director for the City of Apopka. This is a resolution number 2022-42, establishing the City of Apopka General Fund Balance and Reserve Policy. And I have put together a small presentation. I will not read every page, so I summarized the summary. In this presentation, we are going to outline the GASB 54 definitions, the fund balance guidelines for the general fund, and they're all number in there. I'll just summarize the comparison to other cities and the proposed general fund balance and reserve policy that we have put for your presentation and approval. So GASB definitions are 5 of them. I listed 4, but I have the 5th one that I'm going to talk about. The number 1 is restricted funds, and that is the amounts that can be spent for specific purposes stipulated by Constitution or external providers, such as grantors, and an example of that restricted fund, it could be grants or core bonds. So that is totally restricted funds, and we can't touch it unless they come in with certain stipulations. The committed funds is the amount used only for specific purpose determined by highest level of decision-making authority, such as City Council through an ordinance. And this is like our contingency reserve when we come to you and ask for contractual obligations that need specifically committed funds. And an example of that is like equipment. We come and through an ordinance, you approve it or disapprove it. A third one is assigned funds, and these are our GASB definitions. I just summarized them, some of them. This one is do not meet the criteria of restricted or committed funds. And assigned fund balance comprises amounts intended to be used by the government for specific purposes. Intent can be expressed by the governing body and delegates the authority to the city manager or to whoever they decide to delegate. And an example includes a year-end when we come to you and we present encumbrances or payables, and they get delegated through our council, city manager, and then our finance department. Unassigned is the residual net resources, which is surplus or deficits. And in this case, if the general fund results in excess of non-spendable, restricted, committed, and assigned fund balance, it becomes a surplus. But if the excess is on other governmental funds types of non-spendable, restricted, and committed fund balance, then it's over total fund balance is a deficit. And those are the unassigned. Now, the 5th category that is not mentioned in there is the fund balance with non-spendable, and by nature means you can't spend it. And an example of these includes inventory and prepaid expenses. It's not cash, you just can't spend it. Some recommendations, we have GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, recommends that governments establish a formal policy on the level of unrestricted fund balance in the general fund for GAAP and budgetary purposes. The appropriate level in the general fund should take into account each government-owned circumstances. The policy explains risk, protection of taxpayers and employees from unexpected changes in financial conditions. The policy should define each fund, use and replenishments, describe how the government's expenditures and revenues will be adjusted and the period. GFOA recommends a minimum, regardless of size, of no less than 2 months of regular fund operating revenues or regular general fund operating expenditures. In establish a policy, a government should consider some factors: revenues versus expenditures. If unrestricted fund balance is needed when revenue sources may not come in due to unforeseen circumstances such as weather, or expenditures are higher due to disasters or immediate capital needs or budget cuts. Potential drain of general fund resources and bond rating changes, all of that are reasons why to maintain a policy. Political changes, long-term forecasts, and or external financing expectations. The last page of this presentation, which I'm not going to read it all, talks about notes and recommendations from GFOA to establish the policy that we have included on your packet. Now, how do we compare to other cities based on the policy we have prepared? We went in and seek out some information from their budgets, and Winter Garden and Winter Park are at 30%, and Orlando or Claremont are at 25%. This request is to adopt resolution number 2022-42, establishing the City of Apopka targeted minimum unassigned fund balance in the general fund of no less than 25% of the current fiscal year operating expenditure, and regularly recurring transfers are budget for the fund. The last couple of slides that you see with those letters Y and the 1.3, it's our policy, and it proposed a general fund balance and reserve policy. As discussed in the presentation, it includes the purpose of our policy for the City of Apopka, definitions discussed previously, our target minimum unassigned fund balance of no less than 25%, spending order of fund balances, the acceptable uses of reserve, and the replenishment. This concludes the presentation, and I don't want to read the entire policy. It's included on your packet, but I wanted you to see it. The letters, I was told by our attorney. Go ahead.
Those are just placeholders. One of my long-term projects, and hopefully I can tackle it next year, is to actually create a City of Apopka administrative code where every department's policies will be handy in one document. So HR, administration, engineering, police, fire, it would be similar to the Florida Administrative Code. So these are just placeholders for where this will eventually slide in, and then all the numbers will be made consistent. So, finance department will have its own title, and within there, the procurement policies will be there, and any other policies. So it'll be a lot easier for every department head will get a binder that'll be the Apopka Administrative Code with all of the departmental policies. So the numbers is just, it's a placeholder until we figure out where this is going to go, and then they'll be numbered accordingly.
So with that, that concludes my presentation, and the recommend motion is to adopt resolution 22-42 at 25% for the City of Apopka.
Questions?
I did, and I did present a question to Edward Bass. The city's current reserve policies and targets, I wanted the millage rate for each one. Well, the ones like Winter Garden is 30, they have 30% reserve. What's their millage rate? Claremont, 25%. What's their millage rate? Orlando, 25% is their reserves. What's their millage rate? And Winter Park, 30% of that they have for reserve. What's their millage rate in comparison to ours?
And Commissioner, that will be in your budget packet as well, but I will get you that information and give that to all of you. I won't have a problem giving you that. I will tell you that those, I think three of those are higher than we are. I think Winter Garden just reduced theirs a little bit. So theirs came down closer to ours. But I will get you that information. I can get you all the millage rate information.
Okay.
Mr. Banks?
Well, of course, I'm very pleased to see this come forward. This has been something that I've kind of carried. As you read there, the GFOA recommends establishing a reserve policy, and that's something I brought forth a number of years back. And the numbers are similar to what I had studied at that time of other cities similar to ours. My only thought was, again, under Y7 on our page 486,
Okay.
the acceptable uses of reserves. The one thing that I think the GFOA had mentioned as well in different places, and I think we could put it under Y7.1, which says unanticipated revenue shortfalls due to unforeseen circumstances, including a significant and prolonged downward trend in an economic cycle. But the other thing is also legislative action, whether it be county, state, or federal. And I think we need to have that in there because I remember back then there was a proposal that would have taken a big chunk out of our budget, which again, it's an acceptable use to get in there. The point of this is not to have money that you can never touch. It's to just have money that is there when it is needed for specific things. And so that's one of those that, you know, if we suddenly get hit with legislation that affects our bottom dollar, we have to be able to pivot. So I think that's something that should be included there, and I don't know if that's the appropriate place to put it or the best language for that.
That would,
You know, and if everybody would agree, but,
that would be the, if we're going to place that restriction, you lift that restriction. And I think that's fine, Commissioner. The only thing is, keep in mind, usually the state legislature, the federal government, the county, usually when they pass a law or
Follows
legislation,
the next
they
budget.
usually, it's the next year, give us time to prepare for our budget. They usually don't hit you right in the middle, but as you know, there could be a special session, there could be something that could take effect, and that could be an issue. But usually they pass those bills and give us time to prepare our budgets for the next year with those restrictions or those new laws.
and the point being, I don't want those that follow us to have their hands tied and suddenly they're in a bad situation, you know? So it's never been about not having access to the funds if they're justifiable access. But we don't want to use them all up and suddenly have a storm. You know, the case in point, the baseline that they were recommending was 16.7%, something along the nature. And I was trying to get across, and obviously didn't do as well in the past, that if we look at that, it's like getting dressed. That's really more your undergarments. That's not like you're fine if you have that level. That's where you start. And then you have to decide, am I putting on a jacket? Am I putting on a parka? How much do I add to that? And that's really what the heart of this recommendation was. So the 16.7%, I don't think we should look at as being fully clothed. You know, that's why, you know, you begin to add in, and of course, storms. You add in these other different issues that we have here under acceptable uses. And that's where I kind of come up with that 25%. And again, it seems to be acceptable in other municipalities. The only other issue, I brought it up to you the other day, and I don't know whether everyone would agree on this, but it is on Y 7.4, we have major capital asset replacement. What about a major capital investment opportunity? In other words, such as WeWalk, something along those lines. If it comes up, there's no way we could have known that, and suddenly it's this incredible opportunity that we want to jump on. I don't want to have funds that are so restricted, we can't move on that, as long as they don't go down to that place that it really puts us in danger if we have a storm right after that, something along those lines. So I don't know if that's something that the rest of the board would consider, or the council would consider, as something that should be accessible. Those are those things you can't necessarily see them coming. And if they do, I just want to know. Now, we have other ways, like we sold other assets.
Well, you could borrow money to do it and still
But
keep your.
I also want to remind you that the list in Y.7 is not exhaustive. It is stating that these are just examples that are including but not limited to. So as long as you meet the standards that are set forth in Y7, then that you can justify the use of the reserves. It's not limited to those five, the way it's drafted.
Keep in mind, too, that several years ago, the legislature passed a law that required all budget amendments to come back to city council. That's why you see any budget amendment that adds or subtracts from the revenues or expenditures, you have to approve a resolution on every one of those. So keep in mind, if this council ever directed us to go into those reserves, we would come back with a resolution, and you would have the opportunity to see all information, all facts, and decide if you want to actually draw up on those reserves. We would point out at that time, finance, whoever staff, would point out, hey, we have a policy, and if we do this, it's going to bring you to 20%, to give you that information when you make that decision on those budget amendments. So keep in mind, yeah, this is the policy we'll follow, but at any time, council could direct staff to, hey, come back, I want to use $1 million of the reserves, and it would take a vote to a resolution like we do now for a budget amendment.
So this doesn't really tie hands, it just simply gives us, we have that 3-year period to come back to that safe level.
Yes.
I think then that covers it. Again, thank you for working on this and bringing it before us. I think it's a responsible move, and I think this is a balanced approach.
Yes, I agree. And here's another thing I think, speaking from a finance side, As you know, we're getting ready to borrow some money, some big money for public safety complex. This is one of the items that the lenders like to see. You get points for this, this makes a difference as well. They want to make sure that you're going to have appropriate reserves. If something did happen, you can still make the debt service payment. So this is an important piece that will help when we go out to issue for debt service for a public safety complex, since it's such a big loan.
Commissioner Smith?
Well, I think it was 5 years ago when I said that I thought we ought to have a 25% reserve. And so I think this is a good move in that direction, and I'm happy to see it. And at first I was concerned also it's going to tie our hands, but I read that sentence that the attorney just alluded to, that it's not limited to the following. And so I feel comfortable with this ordinance.
Commissioner Nesta?
No additional comments?
Okay. All right, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not. Look for a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-42.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson, second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. Smith, I'm sorry, Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I would like to thank Vladimir. We haven't had her that long, but she's got us a staff, she's, I guess, hired 5. I mean, really quality staff. I mean, we will definitely miss her, but she's left, the cupboard is not empty. The cupboard is full, and which really makes for whoever comes in next an easy transition, and we couldn't have done it without you. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, city council reports. Commissioner Velasquez.
Well, because we have a dedicated viewing us here, I did speak to Edward Bass, and I did speak to Mr. Ratley regarding the presentation that he made for the inclusion park at Jason Dwelly. And I did tell him that at that presentation, when we didn't have any residents, that I did make a Facebook post and got a very big response from it. I had like 54 comments, but of that, it was probably about 30 different residents. And so he has agreed to make this presentation again that would give those residents who did reach out to me through Facebook that they would have an opportunity to have their input for this park. So that's what we're working on. We're working on a date, and as soon as we get a date, I will share it on my social media, and because their response tells me that they are following me on social media so that they have an opportunity for their input. So that's basically for the dedicated group that's watching. And then this morning, I went to Paramore, and I was cordially invited by our hometown artist, Delia Miller. They did an unveiling of a beautiful mural over in Paramore, so I attended that this morning, and I just want to thank Delia and her mom for inviting me. It's a beautiful mural. If anybody wants to see that, it's on 101 Terry Road in Paramore. And so just wanted to give a shout out for our hometown artists. And of course, we all attended the First Watch opening, I should say. So that was a lot of fun. And that's basically it. I mean, we've done a couple of things in the last 3 weeks. We've done, what?
Culver's.
Oh, in Culver's. Oh, my God, yeah, we had Culver's. It was the first time I've actually eaten one of their famous butter burgers. Is that what that's called? It was very good. I was expecting samples, but they actually gave full burgers and French fries and everything else. It was a lot of fun, and it was delicious. So I understand that our community is super happy having Culver's in our backyard. So welcome to Culver's.
Yes. Well, and tagging onto that, yeah, it was a great opening there, and it was just great to see it was packed out during the week.
Mhm.
And I just would hope that we always, anytime we have new business come in, just do our part to just, especially at that first little part, just support them there, but I don't think they'll have any problem getting repeat business. I did want to mention that I did ask actually after our previous meeting about Lake and our sidewalks, and I know that there's focus on making that happen. That's a genuine concern, and it's a legitimate thing, and so, you know, as we're able to continue to move towards those things, you know, speed of government sometimes is slower than we like, but I'm glad that we're focusing on that. And the other thing was, and I did bring it up earlier as well, is our school issue and our mitigation needs for having schooling, and looking at the proposal that we don't see the high school on the list, a new high school, and yet that's where our numbers are lacking. And so the bottom line is, part of approving those things is what pushes them to say, okay, you need to move us up on the list, just like our new school that we got. So it's a frustrating process, and I'm hoping and anticipating that things can be done at a higher level that can make it easier on all of us, because we have our responsibility, they have theirs, and, you know, trying to make that happen. And so seeing those numbers, it is concerning and frustrating, especially comparative to other districts. So hopefully we can get some work done as we continue to do our part, you know, from the city level. And again, we'll just all, you know, keep reaching out there and working together to make it happen.
Commissioner Smith.
I just want to give a shout out to the new employee at Fran Carlton, Senator Young Man that's there. Can't remember his name, but one of our residents went there to rent the facility for an event and said that he was just very, very helpful. Very elderly lady. I guess I shouldn't have said very, but an elderly lady that wasn't computer savvy. And so he was a great assistance to her, and so she just wanted to make sure that we knew that we had great employees that was really helping our citizens move forward. And I want to also give a shout out, I guess it's to the grounds department for removing the overgrowth on 441 as you're approaching Sam's on the south side of 441. It was almost out to the road, and so I saw that work being done, and I just would encourage them to do the same thing on the north side between the 7-Eleven and Shoot Straight, along by where the lake is, and then again a little bit further up by the motel to the trailer parks. So great things that are happening here in our city, and just want to make sure that they know that we are observing and we're watching. We appreciate it.
Commissioner Nesta.
Just want to say thank you to Victoria for filling in for Susan. You did a great job today. Yeah. And also, obviously, to the IT department. Thank you for getting this all set up. I was here 2 weeks ago for DRC, and it was looked different. But they promised we'll get it done in 2 weeks. We'll get it done in 2 weeks, and it's been awesome. So thank you so much to you and your team for knocking this out. So I'm sure you've been stressed all day, but it's been pretty streamlined for us. Sure. Well, it's done great, and we really appreciate you for that. We're trying to see, do we have an update on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee? Did they recently meet? Are you doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other one was, annexation workshop. Are we aiming for like end of October?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Will we have, when do you think we'll have a specific date for that? Okay. I just want to make sure, obviously, that we have enough time to prep for it correctly and get the parties involved an ample time to be there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, Edward. Oh.
Right. No more power outages. So real quick, your financial update for this month. We have 11 months of the 12 months for fiscal year 22. Our variance is almost $1.6 million additional over our actual budgeted, what the number the state gave us. It's positive. It's a positive news right now, but it will be interesting as we continue to move through over the next 12 months to see where this number is. They're projecting a downturn, so we could go the other way a little bit, but it's nice to know we have this number now to help with what could happen in our future numbers in our 23 budget. So that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Edward. Michael?
Here we go. All right, as promised, as you requested, Commissioner Bankston, an overview of potential noise ordinances. What I'm going to present is not a proposed city noise ordinances. I'm actually going to take kind of a 30,000-foot approach as to what is going to entail in a noise ordinance, different types of ordinances, and then different examples of different jurisdictions, and then the difficulties or what it's going to take to implement a noise ordinance. Now, the city of Apopka does not have a specific noise ordinance. I think noises are really right now governed under what is provided for in the Florida Building Code, and it's very broad. FDLE several years ago conducted a survey of the state in order to examine different types of noise ordinances, and they pretty much narrowed down local governments having two types of noise ordinances. One type of noise ordinance is called a nuisance-based or nuisance statement, and a second type of ordinance is called performance-based. So as for the first one, nuisance-based is mainly taken by a complaint is called, and the person who is offended by the noise establishes it as a nuisance. These ordinances in general have been fairly broadly written, fairly subjective. If I kind of give a real world example and just to kind of show that, we attorneys are humans too. I'm a kid who grew up in Miami in the 80s. You blast loud, 2 Live Crew, Tupac, Biggie, I'm not offended. Someone might be offended. Now, if you infernally blast Toby Keith and Kenny Chesney towards me, I might call the National Guard. So that's how subjective nuisance-based noise ordinances are. The same offense, yet one could be worthy of prosecution, one cannot. And those will not withstand a challenge in court. In 2011, the Florida State Supreme Court ruled the first iteration of the loud music from cars statute unconstitutional because the main language that the statute provided for was plainly audible. But plainly audible was not properly defined. It was very subjective, and it opened the door for basically discretionary and arbitrary enforcement. So that leads now to the second form of noise ordinances, which are ones that have mainly withstood court scrutiny, and those are the performance-based. Performance-based codes have specific sound level guidelines, which after taking a sound level reading, clearly state what is and what is not a violation. Performance-based codes have been more often upheld by the courts. They are based on a very clear and specific statement of what constitutes a violation. These codes contain very specific objective guidelines for enforcement, including a table with allowable decibel thresholds. So going along the lines of, if we're going to go forward with a noise ordinance, I would advise that the best approach, and to be consistent with our neighboring jurisdictions, would be a performance-based code. Now, what does it take to implement a performance-based code? When a local government chooses a performance-based code, the personnel assigned to the enforcement of the ordinance, so it would either be code enforcement officers or law enforcement officers, they must receive training in the use of sophisticated equipment. This would be the sound measuring devices. Some performance-based codes are based upon statistical averaging. However, these types of ordinances require very sophisticated equipment, which is very expensive. Other performance-based codes prohibit noise to exceed a specific level for a given period of time. However, there is a difficulty in enforcing such a code, as an officer must prove that the source is above the limit for a specific period of time, which is difficult to do without specific measurement. Some of these codes are the sound has to be at a certain threshold for a certain level of time. So if you are at X threshold for 4 minutes, then it requires that. Now you're going to have to involve, officer has to be properly trained, come out with the proper equipment, has to identify the noise source, and then measure and have the timing and measurement done correctly in order to withstand a potential court challenge. A form of performance-based code which is effective is an ordinance which states a specific decibel level that should not be exceeded when measuring a single incident that exhibits the everyday operation of the location in question. So these are what you mainly see out there, and that is basically the receiving property receives a noise at or exceeding the threshold that is allowed per code, and usually these are also time-based. So you have a certain threshold of decibels during the day, another threshold of decibels at night. So let's get to the practical bones, which is what's going to be required to enforce a noise ordinance. So sound measurement equipment is manufactured in accordance with the American National Standards Institute, and it's important for the local government to use equipment that meets these industry standards. So this goes along to what you had stated previously. Well, you can measure your decibel levels with an iPhone app. That is true. Now the question then becomes, is an iPhone app going to be something that is going to withstand a challenge? One of the things the FDLE reviewed is, if you're going to go after someone, let's go back to my little humorous example. So my neighbor's upset that I'm blasting Tupac at 10:30 p.m. on a Friday, and he calls in. Whether an individual is going to take the time to try to challenge the calibration, that type of the basis of the measurement, it calls into question. It's like someone deciding not to fight a speeding ticket because they don't want to go in and try to determine whether the speed radar was properly calibrated, how often it was inspected and performed. Now, but in a way, those are the small fish. Larger fish are, one of the examples FDLE gave is a bar or a restaurant that plays live music. This is something that their livelihood depends on it. They are much more willing to challenge a noise citation, and they will have the financial backing to challenge whether the equipment is properly calibrated, properly used, do the officers have enough training. And if you go into court with a police officer who said, yeah, I opened my app on my iPhone, that's going to get thrown out. So other types of, not even going on just music as your noise, but if you've got an industrial use that is exceeding the decibel levels, and in my previous experience in Volusia County, one of the issues we had were actually agricultural uses that exceeded noise levels to abutting residential uses, you're going to have, if the offender has the financial resources to challenge it, you're going to have to make sure that you have the proper equipment and the proper training. So a good quality measurement device can be purchased with a calibrating device. And so several years ago when FDLE examined this, they estimated the price for each instrument at about $1,000. This study was done prior to 2010. I wouldn't be surprised if that might be double the cost now for a proper measurement device that meets the standards. Then the question that a local government has to take is, well, how many of these devices are we going to have? Is every police officer going to have a noise measuring device? Or are we going to split them up? And then if there's a noise complaint, you have to make sure that the proper noise officer goes out with his device to do this. That's in related. The officers are going to have to require proper training in the use of the equipment, including where and how to conduct proper readings. The actual source of the noise must be identified and described. The instrument used for the measurement should be properly calibrated and the results recorded. Noting the results of the field calibration is absolutely required for a valid sound measurement report form. So these are the kind of the nuts and bolts of what it's going to take to actually have an effective noise ordinance and one that will withstand a proper challenge. And I mean, I'd like to have, if we're going to do something of this nature, I would advise we make sure we have it done right and we have it done in such a form that we're going to survive any challenge that's presented. So as examples of jurisdictions, I had 3 jurisdictions that I looked at. I mean, 2 of them are just familiarity because I've worked on these before. One is City of Daytona Beach. Here's a city with a lively entertainment district, so you're going to have issues where you're going to have entertainment commercial uses butting against residential, where you may have certain instances of noise complaints. For the City of Daytona Beach, in residential areas from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., their standard is 60 decibels. And from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., it's 55 decibels. That is more than 60 decibels. I think, I'm trying to remember, don't hold me on this, but just by comparison, because we had this issue usually come up, if you're standing near a lawnmower is generating about 75 decibels. So it doesn't take much to exceed those limits. I mean, we're not talking jet engines, which are over the 100, but that's your level. So in commercial in Daytona Beach, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., which would be, let's call those business hours, are 65 decibels, non-business hours are 60 decibels. And industrials cannot exceed 75 decibels at all times. Orange County is slightly different. They have, they split up their noise areas by land use category based on noise sensitive zone and residential areas. But their thresholds are, again, they have 60 decibels to 55 decibels are their main thresholds based on hours of operation. Volusia County is similar to Daytona, in which their manufacturing and agricultural at all times cannot exceed 75 decibels. Residential business hours are 60 decibels, non-business hours are 55, and in commercial or tourist areas, business hours are 65 decibels, and non-business hours are 60 decibels are the thresholds. So these are the things if you want to take into consideration if you want to adopt a noise ordinance. Recently, the city of New Smyrna Beach was revamped their noise ordinances. They actually had, wasn't necessarily a workshop, but they had an opportunity for businesses to come in to discuss how possible noise ordinance would affect them. This can come into mind, especially here in the city where we're beginning to try to develop a lively downtown area. And I think it perhaps would be smart to involve local businesses because we wouldn't want to have uses like Propagate or Three Odd Guys right here run smack dab into noise complaint because we're in a downtown area that is mixed. I think probably we could have similar issues in the Kelly Park area with mixed uses, where if we elect to have restaurants that elect to have live music, that are going to be near residential areas, you know, are we going to end up creating a problem and creating a lot more noise complaints because of the thresholds that we established without working and cooperating with the business community of the city. So that's the kind of 30,000-foot overview. We have not drafted, my office has not drafted a draft ordinance. We would do so with direction from council if you wish to take that route, or you know, or not take that route if you don't believe it's a problem that needs addressing. But this is what it's going to take to implement, and these are the factors that we're going to have to look at when drafting a noise ordinance.
Well, wow, you made the noise ordinance very complicated, but I think what the issue that we had was, why this came up was a neighbor in a residential area. I think what she really wanted to address was, how do we respond to someone playing music at 3:30 in the morning? Like, I think they were looking for, is there, you know, after 11, just, you can have a party, but when all your neighbors are hearing your party, how do we regulate that?
Right,
I don't think it was a matter of decibels.
Well, but if you don't regulate that in an objective form, which is decibels, then you're back to what I stated, which was the problems with the nuisance-based, which is you'll have 20 neighbors, one neighbor calls because they're either offended by the music or they just don't want to do the loudness. Then it opens the door for selective enforcement, for not having a broad, by simply stating, look, you cannot play music after 11 p.m. Well, but if my music is not, if I can play my music, the question is because the courts have said readily audible is not enough of a standard to prosecute someone for violation of an ordinance. So if I can hear the music, but if the music is such where I can hear it, but it's not offensively loud, so then the question becomes, well, where's that gradient of, you know, I'm angry at my neighbors, I can kind of hear the music. Yeah, if I close my doors, it's faint, that person can be cited for a noise violation instead of, look, you can't play music at this level at this time, or you can't make noises at this level at this time. Those are straight objective standards that can easily withstand a potential free speech challenge. One of the standards that knocked out the 25 feet radius for cars playing music was not just that plainly audible was not properly defined, and therefore the Supreme Court stated that plainly audible that language is unconstitutional. It then fell also down to a question of the statute then stated, well, what kind of noise is permissive and not? So at a certain time of the day, that statute actually said you couldn't play your loud music, but if you were a car advertising your business at the same decibel as the music, that was okay. Well, the court said, no, now what you've done is you've infringed on someone's free speech rights, because what made their business speech acceptable, yet their artistic speech unacceptable. And that violated their First Amendment rights. So when you just leave it to strict scientific standards of this is the time, place, if you do a straight objective decibel, then that is a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction on speech that you can then address. And it would be consistent with Florida's constitutional provision, which gives everyone a right to peaceful enjoyment of the environment without it then going too far into then infringing on someone's free speech rights.
I don't know, sounds too complicated. I mean, if someone calls at 3:30 in the morning and says, my neighbor's playing loud music and everyone is hearing it, I mean, how do we respond to that?
If we had a specific ordinance, then an officer would go out with his recording device, be on that person's property, identify where the sound is coming from, and if his measuring device showed that the music was coming in above 60 decibels, then that person would be cited, and it would be an objective citation. Your music was recorded at this certain place after the certain time exceeding 60 decibels, and here's your notice to appear. It would be like a speeding ticket.
That sounds so complicated. Just knock on the door and say, can you lower your music? I mean, I don't, I know what you're saying.
That would be an officer's discretion. Officers
Right.
can
I mean,
have the
and
discretion.
that's what I feel that the resident was asking.
They
They weren't objecting the music, they were objecting that at 3:30 in the morning, it was still going.
There's nothing to stop an officer from knocking on the door and just simply stating, hey, we got a complaint, turn it down, and a person can turn it down.
That's,
As a participant in many 80s and 90s Miami house parties, that music's going back up, unless the cop comes in and starts issuing tickets or shutting it down.
okay. All right,
So it's a battle between jerks and Karens.
yeah.
I mean, and you know, that's subjective. One person will say, well, you're a Karen, the other say, well, you're a jerk. And it's a societal issue is part of it, but what do we do in a practical sense, you know, for our citizens? So I understand exactly what you're saying as far as now legally. Our society is not what it was 50 years ago when you go to our neighborhood and say, hey, you know, would you mind turning that down? It is in some cases, but so what do we do from a legal standpoint? And I'm just thankful to at least have this conversation to, you know, for you to paint this picture for us.
Right.
And,
I have to prepare for the guy that refuses to turn down his music, or he's going to make it a constitutional issue right there on his front porch.
Yeah.
And those people exist.
Okay.
So, I mean, again, disturbing the peace used to be a standard of law. Obscenity laws, you know, someone walking in here with an F-bomb on their shirt. Do we not have that because now it's trampling all free speech? I mean, there's just a balance in those things, and how do we address that for our community at this point? Is it, you know, something that we need to just, okay, now we know what the parameters are, and let's see if it continues to be a problem, then we may take another step. At this point, it may be more of a problem than it's worth to try and institute something like this and then put our police in that situation. Can we still let them use discretion and, you know, to say, hey, you know what, yeah, we drove by this guy's, you know, just because somebody's playing it loud, they might not have any clue that other people are hearing it. They might be happy to say, oh, yeah, sure, you know, no problem.
Right, and
Others
there's-
would be the opposite way, like you said, we'll just crank it up.
Well, there's nothing in a performance-based sound noise ordinance that prohibits a police officer or any law enforcement officer from using the discretion to state, you know, hey, turn it down, or I'm going to give you a warning. It's the same discretion officers have when conducting a speed stop. If they elect to give them a warning or elect them to give them a ticket, that discretion is going to exist. as well as the state attorney's office can have prosecutorial discretion as to whether or not they're going to even proceed to go forward with a case or not. That discretion is going to exist, but I think it's important to have objective standards and not wade into differentiate, because if you wade into the differentiation of noise, in what noise is offensive, what noise is not offensive, now you're creating a slippery slope where you're going into regulating the content of the noise and, in essence, content of the speech, and that is unconstitutional.
So obscenity laws are no longer valid? Is that
Well,
where we're at
it's
as a
the
society? You know what I'm saying? I'm
well,
just
the-
asking.
Right, except the question becomes, someone playing, as I said, I'm a kid who grew up in the 80s in Miami. Two Live Crew won their Supreme Court case in that their music was not obscene. So their rap music, as much as you might be offended by their lyrics are constitutionally protected. And we would not be able to impose obscenity laws. Broward County tried that and lost before the Supreme Court. So that's the threshold where it's an avenue that you don't want to go into, and it's a lot simpler just to stay on the objective. It's too loud. Whether you're playing rap music, country music, or the Battle Hymn of the Republic, if the Battle Hymn of the Republic exceeds 60 decibels at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're subject to a noise violation.
Mr. Smith.
Well, I thought effective July 1st, the governor signed into law that if your music could be heard within 25 feet, that you was in violation.
I see what the language they changed. I did not review that because that's a different creature. But if they corrected what the court found in 2011, it's the case of State versus Catalano, where the court stated that the language that was used there, which was the plainly audible, and that one also then had differentiation. So it permitted commercial speech, it permitted political speech, but it prohibited amplified music and other amplified voices. So that distinction also made it unconstitutional. I can look at what the state statute is now regarding the noises on 25 feet. Not saying that that's not going to be subject to another constitutional challenge, which I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of time before it will. But I can come up with a distinction. But the key is I went through the case of Catalano, which was these were the two standards that the court found a problem with, which was that originally the statute had that the music had to be plainly audible 25 feet away, that standard was too subjective to withstand a constitutional challenge, as well as the differentiation between if you're a political candidate with a loudspeaker on the roof of your car saying, vote for me, and you're driving down and you can definitely hear the voice from over 25 feet, that person wasn't subject to prosecution, yet someone playing loud music was. And the court said, well, that you're differentiating the content of the speech and therefore you violated a First Amendment.
Yeah, 'cause I guess that was my understanding.
I mean, I can look at the new statute to see if there's what standards, but if those standards are removed, then the state is now attempting again to try to get this statute passed by avoiding the pitfalls of the first statute. We'll see what a potential constitutional challenge, which will come down the pike, which most certainly there will be.
Okay.
Mr. Nesta?
Just to pretty much echo the attorney, this gets really slippery really quick, and I think we should navigate away from it, as there could be a lot of litigation for discrimination, things like that. I just think this can get really hairy really quick, and it's not what it used to be. So we can't just knock on the door and say, please turn it down. So it's definitely a multifaceted issue, and I don't think there's a one fix to this, even if we do apply it in ordinance, a noise ordinance of some sort. I don't think putting that burden and onus on our police department that's already understaffed, it's really messy. Really
Well, as I said, there's nothing to stop our police department from knocking on someone's door and saying, hey, can you turn it down? But if they refuse to, when it's going to come time to enforcement, we have to make sure we have the right standards, the right equipment, the proper training in order to withstand any challenge in court. And my goal as the government, if I go to court, I'm going to win.
Yeah, again, the only thing that, with all of this being said, the only thing that seems a possible, reasonable way, for me, I'm trying to think, how can we stop domestic violence? Because if a guy feels like I have no recourse, and he blows his stack and goes over, turn your music down, and all of a sudden now the cops are called out. But our society is what it is, so we've just got to endeavor that and, you know, as a society, just seek to do better. So as far as an ordinance level, the only thing with everything that was said was possibly residential areas that there's a time and a decibel level, if we want to go that far. I'm not pushing for that at this point, because I don't know, you know, like you're saying, is that just going to create more problem than it's worth?
Probably the key is if you want to survey the public, these things can be done without having to have a workshop or bringing anyone in a formal meeting. Survey the business owners, survey the residents. Are we having a problem? Are certain businesses getting noise complaints because they have music? I mean, I don't peruse Apopka at night to know where the live music is. But I mean, I live in DeLand. I know where the music venues in downtown DeLand, and their music can be heard 1 mile, 2 miles. I went to a college where we had outdoor parties every Friday and Saturday. We had an outdoor, we had to, Sarasota County actually shut us down for 6 months until we had to have proper berms because our music could be heard up to 3 miles away from the college campus. And yeah, and people who live on the bay in Sarasota do not appreciate good funk at 3 o'clock in the morning. I can do that from, and I had many of my friends. I luckily escaped the arrest circle that came when the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office rounded up many students, and I was not there that night, thankfully. But it's a concern when you have a certain use that generates noise, and that's really, it's less likely that you may have the one-on-one, the person having the house party and the noise complaint. Those can be resolved. The more prevalent issues are where you're going to have an industrial use, where you have trucks constantly backing up, construction equipment constantly going, and that's reaching a decibel level that's annoying to a residential area that is receiving the noise, or the commercial, the bar, or the live music venue that can cause an interference, because that's a case where that's not something where you can go to the bar and say, hey, can you guys turn down the live music? Because they're gonna say, no, that's how we make our livelihood. So those are the type of incompatible uses that you have to consider. And then the question now is it a problem that needs to be addressed legally with adoption of an ordinance or not? Or is it something that right now the city is peacefully coexisting because we don't have these types of interferences? But that's probably one that's best working with local business owners who would be the ones that would be most likely, percentage-wise, subject to noise ordinances are going to be those venues that have music, that provide entertainment, because those are going to go beyond the 10 p.m. cutoff. And then, you know, are they going to have the proper noise deafening equipment or other types of things to try to restrict their noise from going off and interfering with nearby residential uses? That's where you're going to run into more problems, because now you're interfering with a livelihood, as opposed to just a jerk versus a Karen, which is probably going to be lower percentage than, I mean, I'm not singling them out as an example, it's just because they're right there, than if, you know, Three Odd Guys has live music on Fridays and Saturdays, and it happens to carry beyond and bother somebody.
Well, I think you hit it, you know. We're here to serve the people. So on one hand, you know, my bias is towards liberty. You know, let people enjoy their lives. But when you've got a situation like that, 3 a.m., and is this an issue that we need to go to that level? Or is this something that, you know, we need to just let the police make a decision if it's going to a level they feel they need to do it?
It's probably best that we try to survey and try to figure out if this is a recurring problem that's going to need this type of enforcement.
So if our people are coming to us, no, this is a major problem, then maybe we need to.
Then we address it accordingly.
So other than that.
Okay. I hate to but I need a break. I do.
Oh, I'm done.
Yeah.
Unless no one wants to ask anything else, I'll sit.
I'm going to excuse myself for a minute, because I have to go. Thank you.
Thanks for the mini workshop.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be right behind you. Yeah. Well, do you want me to wait or just go on? I guess we're behind. We're 15 minutes behind already on the financial workshops. Let me go ahead and just close out with the mayor's report. Let me start out with, we got some road closures I want to make everybody aware of. Overnight Harmon Road closure under the 429 It will be closed on Tuesday, September 6th and September 7th from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. for some bridge work. And we'll post this. Also, the Apopka Road, County Road 437A, under the State Road 429, scheduled to close Tuesday, September 6th, and September 6th, Friday, September 30th to September 3rd, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. for bridge work. We also will have intermittent closures of the 429 from between West Road and State Road 414 from Tuesday, September 6th to Friday, September 9th from 8:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. for road work. We also have at US 441 and Central, we'll have night work from September 19th to the 22nd from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Road closures or lane closures, and the lanes could change in the middle of the night, the next night, so just be careful. That's US 441 at Central from September 19th to the 22nd. Let's go on to September 11th. On Friday, September the 9th, we've got from 8:30 at 8:30 out front. We've got the memorial at City Hall, remembrance with the police and fire. Anybody who would like to come, open to the public, this front steps of City Hall. On Saturday, September the 10th, we have the 5K race put on by the fire department at Northwest Rec, starting at 8 a.m. Then at 11 a.m. at the amphitheater, we're going to have a concert featuring some great music, 20 food trucks, Kid Zone, and much, much more. We're also selling at the fire department, if you want to pick it up, we've got 2 shirts that we're going to be selling. It's the Austin Army shirt and the Karina Strong shirt, $20 from 8 till 5 at the fire department. Be sure to pick up your shirt to benefit the families. Let's see, local businesses. I thought we'd kind of neat. We're honoring, Naughty Lobster took 3rd place in best seafood restaurants by the Orlando Weekly for all of 22. And the Axe Hole took 1st place for best axe throwing place in Orlando. So two of our local businesses that made it to the top. So excited about that. And then a couple other things. The Hispanic Heritage Celebration coming up a week from Saturday. We've got a couple of bands already booked. We've got, I think, 4 restaurants and some other retailers that have already committed to our September 17th event. We're excited about that, and we got a meeting tomorrow night at 6. So the diversity meeting will be tomorrow night at 6, so trying to finalize all our details for the 17th. Then we have, let's see, the last thing I wanted to bring up, a couple things. One is Victoria, thank you, our first in the spotlight with a brand new system, which leads me to our good friends Rob and Bob, our IT department, stayed here till 10 o'clock last night making sure this thing worked, and so I know we said 75%, but the 75% worked. Everybody got to see and hear a great audio-visual system, and hopefully we'll fine-tune it. But without their help staying late and making this happen, I don't know what we'd be doing today. So thank you, Rob, Bob, and Kelly kind of pitched in a little bit, but Rob even came, he was on PTO this week and came in to make sure that this happened. And then last but not least, just hang on one second. Vanna White here for me. This is the new wayfaring signs this will be the top of their signs where we have the City Hall, the fire department, the police department. This will go at the top of our signs, and so we're just excited to really start getting these improvements. I think it's 8 signs across the greater downtown Apopka. So thank you for this. Is who was that? Yes. So we're excited. So with that, we're going to take a quick 5-10 minute break. Come right back and get back to our budget.
had to go. Could not wait. So I hope my beautiful.
Sorry,
Good
job.
Where's it at?
Hey, Will.
This one?